Good morning, everyone at BSides Orlando. I'm Kathleen Smith. Yes, it's Kathleen on Twitter. Welcome to the BSides Orlando Career Village. We're all really challenged these days with how are we going to get through the days with pandemic. But even before this, many of us were challenged with our job search. So I'm really very honored that the BSides Orlando team asked me to come and help put together another career village. We have questions that we can answer for you in our Career Village lobby. We will be doing resume review and career coaching starting at 3 o'clock Eastern time today. So come back to the Career Village lobby at that time. I am so pleased and honored that there are many people who have really grappled with the question of what do we do with job search? What do we do with career development in our industry? And I was extremely tickled when Alyssa Miller decided to tackle this topic. And she has really inspired many of us to say, yes, we're frustrated. There's good reasons why we're frustrated. And maybe there are some things that employers should look at as far as changing the way they recruit and the way they do job search. But armed with this information, we are also able to improve our overall career search. So, Alyssa, it is great to see you again.
Hey, good to be
Hey,
here.
and thank you for taking the time to put together this presentation, doing all of the research. I mean, I know this isn't what you do for your day-to-day job, so I really appreciate you tackling it. So take it away and tell us all about how people can go from being a barista to a cyber pro.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Kathleen. I really appreciate it. And thank you, everybody, for being here. Honestly, it's my honor to be here and to share some ideas with you. Talking about really, like Kathleen mentioned, looking for a job in cybersecurity has been a challenge for many people. There's people who are trying to get into this industry who are struggling. There's people who are trying to pivot from other careers into cybersecurity who can't find their way in. And there's people in cybersecurity who have experienced some struggles as well. So let me start, for those of you that don't know me, just by telling you a little bit about who I am. Again, my name's Alyssa Miller, and first and foremost, I'm a hacker and a researcher. As long as I can remember, I have been what I would consider a hacker. I was that kid who liked to take my toys apart and figure out how they worked. Later on, at the age of 12, I bought myself my first computer, taught myself basic programming, serial communications, and some other things, and did some things that probably would run afoul of the CFAA these days. So there is that. It's become a career for me kind of unexpectedly. It's something I sort of fell into. But I'm now what we call a security advocate. And this actually, in my opinion, has two terms or two meanings for me now. First, security advocate is my personal identity. I love getting out into the security community, talking ideas, being involved even on social media, just sharing thoughts and perspectives and hearing what other people are saying, what their ideas are, what problems they're running into, and seeing how we can work together to solve it. But security advocate now is also my title for my job. I work for a company called Sneak, and it is my role to get out and work with the security community on how we can do better, specifically in terms of application security, but security practices in general. Now, I've been in security for 15 years, and the last 12 of those have been spent in leadership roles. I've led a number of different teams. It started off running the vulnerability management program for a large Fortune 200 financial technologies company and building that team up. I then got into consulting, where I was tasked with building a consulting team from zero resources to a very powerful team of 12 at the time. And this has just been kind of the theme for my career. I've had a lot of opportunity to work with people and work in some programs for bringing in entry-level folks into the security industry. I'm also the co-host of a podcast called The Uncommon Journey. And The Uncommon Journey, what we focus on, as the name might suggest, is the fact that there's so many pathways into security. And so we bring on our guests and we like to tell their stories about how did they get into security, what are they doing in security now, what are their views on the community, and so forth. So I encourage you to check that out. But today I'm here to talk about you. I want to talk about how do you hack your career in cybersecurity, whether you're in a security role today and you're looking to advance, or whether you are one of the millions that are dying to break into this industry, but you just can't figure out how. You're not having that success. You're hearing about all these open cybersecurity jobs. So I want to start with a story actually about 4 or 5 years ago. I was talking to a colleague of mine who was trying to hire for a security role, and he was looking for a SOC analyst. And he was actually lamenting to me about how he was getting so many unqualified candidates. And at one point, he mentioned that, yeah, I even got a resume from someone who's a barista at Starbucks. And he was really, very negative. And I kind of questioned him. I said, "Well, did you think about that barista at all?" He said, "No, that resume went right into the circular bin." And I I said, "Well, did you look at, some of the skills that they've learned as a barista? Did you look at some of those core skills, things that transfer from one role to another? And did any of those maybe apply to that SOC analyst role?" And we talked, and over time, he started to see that being that dismissive of somebody who was in a role that didn't seem to have anything to do with security didn't necessarily disqualify them. And it got to the point where he did actually, he didn't hire that person, but he did go back and he reviewed the resume. And I think he may have even brought that person in for interviews. So this is a metaphor that has some real life implications. Now, I know in the UK recently, there was some unpopular messaging about going from a barista to security. I couldn't believe when I saw that, like, you guys are ruining my talk. Stop. But we're going to continue to work with this example because I think it's a powerful statement on what we can do in cybersecurity to be better about bringing people into these roles. So, as I mentioned, you've probably heard plenty of stories. If you pay attention to security news at all, I'm sure headlines like these are no mystery to you. All this talk of the cybersecurity skills shortage or the talent gap, or you'll see all sorts of terms for it, but there's this implication that somehow we are up to as many as 4 million skilled workers short in cybersecurity. There's 4 million open jobs that are going unfilled by the end of 2020. That's a stat that I'm quoting from Cybersecurity Ventures, the study they did at the end of last year. And I hear all this news about, we've got this shortage and people are having trouble finding skilled workers to join their security teams. But then I was also hearing all these stories about people who were struggling to find jobs in security. And so that got me into doing some research. Now, I'm in the middle of writing a book, and the book will be about how to start your career in cybersecurity. So you all are getting a preview of what's going to be in this book that'll probably be published sometime early next year. But as part of that research, I did some surveys, and I surveyed over 2,000 security professionals and aspiring security professionals. So people who had experience in roles within security and people who had no experience. One of the questions I asked them was, are you looking for a job currently? And then the follow-up question to that was, how long have you been looking for a job? And what you see here is with people who've never worked in security before, millions of people who are graduating from cybersecurity degree programs, doing graduate work, all these things, 32% of them are looking for 7 months or longer to find a security job. You see the 16.7%, it's taking them over a year to find jobs in security. Well, if we're so desperate for skilled people, we've got people coming with degrees and certifications and all these other activities that they're doing. How are we running into this situation? It doesn't make sense to me. But it doesn't change a whole lot when we're talking about skilled, experienced workers. Now, some of the numbers get a little bit better. You see that 0 to 2 months number that grows quite a bit. So that's good. That's where we would expect to see the bulk of people. And indeed, for those with some experience, that's where a large number of them fall. But you still see the majority, it takes 3 months or more. And that, still for almost a quarter of people with existing experience in security roles, a quarter of these people, it's taking 7 months or longer to find a cybersecurity role. So I saw this information, and this confirmed what I was seeing anecdotally in stories on social media and just in talking with people at conferences and things. I was hearing about these struggles, but I really wanted to quantify it. And these surveys really confirmed for me that, yeah, this is actually a problem. This isn't just an aberration or just, some biased knowledge gathering or anything like that. This is the reality of what is going on in the cybersecurity space. How is it taking people 7 months or more to find jobs in an industry that claims to have 4 million unfilled roles? So I set about trying to bridge this gap. So in those surveys, I asked a question about hiring managers. I asked who were hiring managers, and if they were hiring managers, I followed up with a question asking just simply, what is the biggest challenge that you encounter when hiring cybersecurity roles? And it might not shock you that 38.5% of those said that it was underqualified candidates. So you think back to that story I told you at the beginning about this cybersecurity manager who's hiring for a role and got a resume from a barista. And he looked at that person, he said they were unqualified. So this is interesting because it goes with the narrative that we're hearing about this trouble in finding skilled resources. You also see lack of applicants at 18.3%. That also fits that narrative. So that's over half of the hiring managers who identify these two issues. And that fits. Okay, that fits right in. But I'm having a problem with this. Why, if I see that there are experienced cybersecurity workers who it's taking them over 7 months to find a job for a quarter of them, how are we ending up with underqualified candidates? That doesn't make any sense. And so I started to look at what some of the issues might be. And if you've been involved in these conversations on social media, one of the things you've probably heard a lot of talk about is the issue of job descriptions. This is a job description that was recently posted for a security intern position. An intern, we're talking about a role that is expected to be filled by somebody typically coming straight from a college role. It's generally an underpaid role in which the person is expected to come in with no capabilities and learn on the job. So they don't get paid at the level of a skilled professional. But look at this job description. They're expecting a bachelor's degree in IT. Okay, I guess that makes sense, especially considering a lot of interns do come straight from college programs, even though a lot of them are still in those programs when they get their internships. All right, we'll let this slide. But then look at the very next point. CISSP, CISA, CISM. You can't get any of those without experience. The requirements for those certifications require you to have experience in the job. So that's completely unrealistic. We see CEH there as well. I'm pretty sure EC Council will give that to anybody who's willing to pay and pass the test. But if you don't have experience, you can't have these certifications. That's completely unreasonable. But then we go to the last one. And this is the one that really gets me. They're asking for a minimum of 7 years working experience in information technology security. That just makes my head hurt. How can you look at this job description and say that this is a job description for an intern? How many applicants do you think they actually got to this? How many of them do you think came in qualified if this was the job description they were applying to? It's wild. Are you kidding me? But they get worse. This isn't just an isolated instance. Here's another job description. This one's for an information security architect. Now, let's level set for a minute. An information security architect is a very highly skilled role. It's someone who's expected to have a lot of experience. It's someone who's expected to have very vast experience across a wide range of technologies. Now let's look at this job description though for this role. So we see first of all the usual, yeah, we're a great company, we're wonderful, we're amazing. This is why you want to work for us. We're one of the best to work for companies based on somebody's opinion. And then they dive into describing the role. And it continues. And it continues. And it continues. These are all the things they're first of all expecting you to do within the role. And then you see this laundry list of required skills and experience. IP networks and WAN and LAN, storage networks, backup networks, Active Directory, lightweight directory access protocol, our friends in LDAP. Yeah. Cloud, got to have that cloud experience. Oh, you better have incident and problem management. You better know asset management, configuration management. You better know both HIPAA and high tech because we must be in healthcare. But wait, you also got to know PCI. And oh my God, look at all of this. What special unicorn is ever going to fit this? None. That is completely unrealistic. And unfortunately, the company that put this particular job description out there is actually well known for having job descriptions like this. You want to know why your applicants are unqualified? It's because they don't exist when this is what you're looking for. So it's no surprise when I asked those people who are searching for cybersecurity jobs, what was the challenge that was preventing them from finding a new role? I asked both experienced and newcomers, what is it? No surprise at all. 35.7% said bad job descriptions are the single most problematic issue that keeps them from getting into a new role in security. More than culture, more than salary. It's not a problem of pay. It's not a problem that they can't find higher level roles or they can't move up. Even remote work, especially now with COVID, for crying out loud, remote work's not a problem. And this survey was pre-COVID. We already see that wasn't an issue keeping people out. Bad job descriptions are what are standing between employers who have 4 million plus open jobs and professionals and would-be professionals who are looking for those jobs. So it's not a skills gap. It's a cybersecurity jobs disconnect. We are completely disconnected, and it comes back to the very start with those expectations that hiring managers have. But I'm not here to talk about hiring managers. I'm not here to talk about how bad hiring managers, how bad job descriptions, how bad HR recruiters are, because they're not bad. But we have work to do there, and that's fine. But I'm here to help you figure out how to navigate this in the meantime. I'll be talking in plenty of talks next year to address the problems on the hiring side. I have a TEDx talk in February I'll be presenting, and we're going to talk about this. But for now, we're going to talk about you. So knowing that this is the problem, knowing that these are the challenges that you are going to face when you try to change roles or you try to get into that first security role, how can we do better? How can we help you to jump over that obstacle, to do the things that you have in your control to best position yourself to find that next role? The good news is there's things you can do. There are things that are in your control. You can't control bad job descriptions, but you can control how you interpret them. You can control how you move through the hiring process. You can control how you position yourself to be that next great hire they're going to make. So let's get started. Let's start off by talking about the typical hiring process. So every organization, of course, has its own hiring process, but there are some components that remain fairly similar. As you can see, I got this image from JobScan. JobScan is an organization that produces software that helps companies manage incoming applicants, job openings, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Now, where this process starts is in that upper right. A job is created. So someone within the organization goes through whatever the budgeting processes and other things are that they have to do. They create a requisition. They get a job created. So they're going to hire somebody now. That job gets published by the company, probably to their jobs website and probably to a bunch of job boards out on the internet. They probably put it up on LinkedIn. They might put it up on things like Glassdoor or Ladders or Indeed, or you think of any of the Monster, I think is still out there. All of those different job boards that you can think of that you might go to search for a role. And so, of course, they put it out there. And what happens next? Job seekers start to apply. They send in their resumes. Then those applicants are screened. They're screened so that if there's an influx of applicants, we don't have 50 resumes being dropped on the desk of a hiring manager who has a day job to do in addition to hiring people and doesn't probably have a lot of time to go through with a detailed perspective on every one of those 50 resumes that was received. So we screen them out. We pass along a few that look pretty notable, and those go to the hiring manager. The hiring manager selects a few, and we conduct a bunch of interviews. And through that interviewing process, we find one or two candidates. We make an offer to one of those candidates who we feel is the one we want to hire. Hopefully they accept, and then that applicant is hired. So this is the process. Now it varies, but it's good to understand that this is how this process functions within an organization if you're not familiar with this. The area I want to focus on, though, is that applicants are screened, because this is one of those areas as part of the research that I've done, I've talked to a number of recruiters. I talked to Kathleen, who you saw introduce me today. I talked to other recruiters who specialize in cybersecurity spaces, and I asked them about the things they were seeing and the problems they were running into. And one of the key areas where people get eliminated quickly, as you would expect from the process I just described, is in this screening process. So it's important to understand how that screening process works, because if you don't pass that screening process, you have no chance. You're out. You're done. You won't be getting that job. So the screening process begins with the software that I mentioned, JobScan, before. Software like what they create. It's what's called an applicant tracking system. It's where those jobs get posted. It's where you send your resume in. Sometimes it parses it through and it populates a bunch of your information. But part of what that ATS is doing is it is assigning a score to you. It is looking at the job description and it's looking at your resume and it's assigning a score. It may have asked you other questions that also become a part of that score. And it's ultimately providing some sort of judgment on how well you fit the job description based on how you answered questions and based on information it sees in your resume. Now, that information goes to the recruiter. And the recruiter is going to look at, say, 50 incoming applications. And how do you think they're going to look at them? Of course, they're going to sort them by that score. They're going to look at the highest scores first, because those are the ones that are most likely to be fits. And if they find 2 or 3 candidates that fit, those are the ones that they're going to pass on to the hiring manager. So if you don't score well in that screening by the ATS, the chances of your resume getting manually reviewed by a recruiter are pretty low. And if the recruiter doesn't look at them, the chances of the hiring manager seeing them are basically 0. So we have to understand that this application tracking system is key. So get ready, because there's a lot of frustration in this process, and it's coming your way. You want to get a role in cybersecurity, that's great. But understand there are frustrations you're going to have to overcome, because that ATS process is not perfect. ATS systems are a pain. If you've ever applied to a job, you've probably had that situation where you send in your whole resume and it supposedly processes it, and then you spend the next 20 minutes trying to correct all the information that it did not parse correctly. ATS systems are great and they're horrible. They're the best and the worst of the hiring process. They're a necessary evil, but they're a problem. So let's talk about how you hack them so that you can get your next role. The first place we need to start is with you, and we need to do self-analysis. I get a lot of emails, a lot of DMs from people in the security who want to get into security roles. And I help them any way I can. But some of the most frustrating ones are when I get questions like this because I don't really know how to help. This person says, "Hey, I'm very passionate about a cybersecurity career. Can you provide me some guidance about it? I haven't much idea about it." Well, that's really a broad question. And you can see my response. Help me out here? How can I help you? And it's tough. You want me to suggest to you what you can do and how, but you've given me nothing to go on. Here's another one. I have a great interest in cybersecurity because I want to change my career path to cybersecurity. I've developed a passion for it. Great. Is there any advice on the learning path? Well, what are you interested in? Help me help you by telling me what it is that you want to do. Cybersecurity is so vast. This doesn't help. Here's another one I got. And you can see my responses in this one. So I've been following your Twitter. Can you help me get into security? Sure. What part of security do you want to get into? All of it. That's not helping. So I asked, can you give me a little bit more to go on? Well, I want to be as much of an expert as possible. And I want to be well known. Well, those aren't really the motivations that coincide with someone who's going to be successful in a career path. Like, if you're telling me you have passion, where do those passions lie? Because here's the problem. I really appreciate Henry Jang for putting this together. This is the complexity of the cybersecurity industry, if you will. When you look at jobs and roles and disciplines within cybersecurity, there's a myriad of different places we can go into. Are you interested in breaking things? Do you want to get into offensive security? Do you really enjoy the compliance side of things? Do you enjoy doing sales, but you want to give it a cybersecurity twist? Do you enjoy helping other people get hired in security? Do you want to be a recruiter that specializes in security? All of these things are things that fit into security and need security expertise. So understanding where it is that you want to go is crucial. So what I tell people at this stage is I give them a little bit of an exercise. My suggestion is go out to 3, 5, maybe even 10 security-related blogs and news sites, whatever your favorites are. And from each of those, pick the top 5 headlines. Just grab the first 5. I don't care what the headlines are. Just grab them and paste those into a document. And now I want you to go through each of those headlines. No context to the article itself, just the headlines. And I want you to rate those based on your interest level. Which ones interest you the most? And after you've gotten that, take a look at your top. What's common in the ones that you rated the most interesting? Is it that, they talk about, solving mysteries and things? Sorry about that. Is it, that, what's in there that about those jobs? Find those common themes. Find the top 5 common themes out of those headlines that you just looked through. Now you've done some self-analysis because now you understand what the motivations are, what the things are that interest you in security, and how those translate back to the various roles that you can potentially chase after in security. So now you've got a plan. You've done some self-analysis. You've actually understood yourself and where it is you want to go. That is so important. So let's move on. How can you better prepare yourself for a role in security? How can you help yourself get that next role? How can you help yourself find those jobs that fit your interests? It's all about building your network. You've probably heard the cliche once or twice before. It's not what you know, it's who you know. Well, that's a cliche for a reason because it's true. Getting out into social media, interacting with people, going to meetups. I know right now, COVID, that's not really going to meetups, probably isn't happening too much. But getting involved in Reddit, getting involved in Twitter. If you don't have a Twitter account and you're trying to get into security, you're doing it wrong. If you didn't know it already, the cybersecurity world lives on Twitter. Yeah, it's a dumpster fire out there sometimes, but there's also a lot of good that comes from it. The best thing, the thing I love most about Twitter is you can interact with anyone on Twitter. So go out there, follow some of those names that you recognize, people who you see at conferences giving talks who talk about things you're interested in. Go follow them on Twitter. And when you see them post interesting things, share your perspectives. Don't just follow them, don't just like them, but actually get in a conversation with them. That's what Twitter lets you do. LinkedIn is great if you're looking for, more professional growth. You can get out there. Of course, there you got to send connection requests and you got to get people to connect with you. But again, interact with them. Send messages when you send a connection request. Let them know why they were so interesting that you added them. Don't just send the default message. Don't just add people willy-nilly, but find the people that interest you and let them know why. Find those meetup groups. If you go out to meetup, do a search for security, and you can find local groups in your area, whether it's a local DEF CON group, whether it's a local women in security group or others, demographic or special interest in security group or whatever it is. And when we get back to meeting in real life, you can go to those in real life, but a lot of them are doing virtual events now. Get involved, build that network. The more people interact with you and see that you have something to bring to the community, the more likely they are to think of you later on when they've got a position or to at least help you when you post a message saying, hey, I'm trying to land a cybersecurity job. Can folks help me out? Social media and building your network is so crucial in finding a role in security, especially as we struggle right now with, job descriptions and expectations that aren't the greatest. So position yourself better. Now let's talk about something you have a lot of control over. That's your resume. What I tell people is you should always have two versions of your resume that you have for any job. The first version might be that pretty one. And we always talk about, people say, make your resume stand out and do all these things. But that doesn't work for the ATS. When we're talking about the ATS, you want to make it as easy as possible for the ATS to accurately parse and read your resume. So we need to start with simple formatting. You need to have a version of your resume that is very simple. It uses very basic fonts like Times New Roman or even better yet, some form of sans serif fonts. Those are the easiest for those ATS systems to read. Yes, especially if you're sending it in PDF format, that's how they're going to read it. They're not reading ASCII text. They're actually doing OCR in many cases. So it's important that you use a simple font. Don't use silly effects, things that, multiple columns and pictures and designs and background images. All of those things can cause issues for how the ATS is going to parse your resume. And there's no reason to have it in something that's going to be processed by a machine anyway and turn into more of a machine readable format. Get out of that. Have a simple resume that is simply formatted, clear, concise, uses bullet points, things of that nature, something that can still be visually appealing, but is simplistic. The second step, or the second piece of advice I'd give here, and I can't stress this enough, you should have a different version of your resume for every single job you apply to. Yes, I mean it. Tailoring your resume for the job is crucial to getting past the ATS. Now, how do you do this? How do you tailor it? First of all, take a look at that job description. Go through that job description and look for keywords. What are the key technologies? What are the key experiences? What are the key core skills that they're telling you you need to have for that job? Look at the responsibilities. Don't just look at the requirements. Find those keywords and make sure those keywords show up in your resume, in the resume that you're going to submit to that job. Look for ways to include variations on those keywords. And in this way, you're making sure that you're checking those boxes. You're telling the ATS, hey, I match up to this keyword. You said SIM. Yes, I've got this experience with SIM. You said I need to have experience in cloud. I've got this experience in cloud. You said I need Azure experience. Okay, so I can mention Azure, and I can mention cloud, and I can mention cloud native, all of those variations on that keyword that is Azure. These are the things you can do to strengthen your resume and increase your score in the ATS. And then finally, do it chronologically. Lay out, make sure somewhere in your resume, the bulk of your resume should be that chronologically ordered list of your experiences and skills. Newest first, and make sure that you touch on all the information that's required in that particular system. A lot of times the ATS takes your resume and it's going to format it. And it's going to be, you're going to see a preview of that format, how it parsed things out and put them into different fields. Make sure all those fields are filled and that they're all filled accurately. If you have to guess at something like, say, what month, or even in some cases, I've seen some that want what day you were hired into a past job, guess. Do your best. Make an educated guess. If you're even somewhere in the ballpark, I promise you no one is going to hold that against you in the hiring process. But make sure those fields are filled, because empty fields are going to cause a lower score, even if they're not marked required. Fill the fields. Your end goal here is you're trying to check all the boxes for the ATS. Every box that you check for the ATS says, hey, up my score because I'm qualified. That's what you're trying to do. You're trying to maximize that score. You're trying to get yourself seen. How do you get yourself to the top of the list? You got to hack the system. So I mentioned certifications before. Oh my God, certifications. Let's talk about certifications for a minute. I have seen various resumes from people looking to get into security careers where they have no doubt spent thousands, even tens of thousands of dollars getting countless certifications. But let's be realistic here. You don't need all of these certifications. And in fact, honestly, past one or two, having certifications, especially as an entry-level person, really doesn't help you out. Now, if you look in the lower left here, or in the center left as well, where they show up again, or center bottom, excuse me, you'll see the two that I recommend most often. If you're looking to get into security and you need to get that one certification or that two certification to make yourself stand out a little bit, and honestly, to pass those CISSP or equivalent requirements on a job description, these are the two you should be looking at. The Security Plus, which is by far the most attainable. It's inexpensive, it doesn't require prior experience, and it teaches you a broad set of skills. Your other option, or to augment that, you can look at the SSCP. That's one from ISC Squared. It's a little more expensive, but again, it gives you a broad set of skills. You can see here on the diagram how it spans architecture, analysis, operations, both defensive and offensive. It arms you with some core knowledge that is extremely helpful when it comes to landing a job in security. And it checks that box that says they either require or prefer that you have a certification. So we've got this together now, right? You've built your resume, you've hacked the ATS, you've got everything you needed, you got those certs, you're all set to go. Now you get that high score. How do you get that recruiter or that HR to be inspired by you? How do you inspire them to pass your resume on to that hiring manager? First and foremost, be memorable. There are a lot of ways to do this. There are a lot of ways to make you stand out. But one example I'll share is, I remember a while ago, I was hiring for a position. It was an entry-level position. And we did some interviews and had a woman come in, and she interviewed, did a technical interview. And at the end of it, she was unhappy with how she'd answered one of the questions. So what did she do? She recorded a video on YouTube where she gave instructional information on what that thing was that she failed to talk about to her own satisfaction in the interview. And she made an instructional video about it and shared that with us. Within hours of the end of her interview, I had an email from her saying, "Hey, I really didn't like that answer I gave, so I recorded this instructional video. Here's the link." Things like that will make you stand out when you follow up, when you do things that make you just a little different, something unique. Find that thing about you that is unique. And that's what you want to focus on. What is it about you that is unique? I have a colleague who says, "What's your weird?" There's something in each one of us that makes us stand out. Find what yours is and link that to the requirements for that job. Tailoring that resume is a part of this. How you construct your resume is going to make sure that you stand out as truly qualified for that job. It's not just some general resume that you've sprayed out to 50 organizations. It shows that you're thinking about that organization and how you fit. And finally, this one I cannot stress enough. This comes from my recruiter friends, and I couldn't believe when this was the feedback they gave me. Be responsive. When a recruiter reaches out to you, respond to them. If you leave them sit for a week with no follow-up, you can bet they're moving on to other candidates. Because not only do you kind of insult them when you do that, but honestly, you've shown that you can't be dependable in a job setting. So be responsive. It's mind-numbing to me that there are people who aren't responsive when you're the one looking for the job. All right, so we've gotten past the recruiter now. We've inspired the recruiter. The recruiter's passed your resume on. How do you win over the hiring manager? So in my surveys, one of the things I mentioned, I asked hiring managers some specific questions. One of the things I asked them in an open text field question was, what are you looking for? Or what is advice you would give to somebody looking to find a role in security? Far and away, the most common answer I received was be passionate. You'll hear this all the time. It's actually probably one of the, on the surface, most useless pieces of advice I hear people give others is be passionate. Well, what does that mean? Well, you see some thoughts here. Genuine passion for the field trumps dry experience. So they want you to show excitement. How are you going to, how do you fit into this role? You see another one here says, make sure you're passionate and have an aptitude for it. Share a hunger and to learn and share knowledge. So showing that you want to learn new things and you can process it, that's passion. This last one, find problems you want to solve. Understand the value of the solutions and be passionate about solving them. Are you the kind of person who likes to take a problem and dig into it? And that you're like a dog with a bone. You're not going to let go until you find the answer. How can you make sure that that comes out when you're talking to the hiring manager? How can you show that passion? That's what we want to be focused on. Some other ways to share your passions. Create a blog. Create video content. I mentioned that video in that example before. Maybe write articles, whether it's on a site like Medium or LinkedIn. You'll hear people tell you all the time, get involved, do CTFs, do different cyber challenges, build a lab, do all these things. That's all great, but it's hard to justify that on a resume as actual experience. So instead, what if you blog about the work that you're doing in your home lab? And you do it in an instructional way that shows not only are you doing this and sharing your results, but you're sharing lessons that you're learning from that and you're teaching others. Create instructional videos that show how to do these different things. Now, of course, YouTube has cracked down on so-called hacking videos, so you do have to be careful there. But what about, hey, here's how I configured a pfSense firewall on my home network to run snort and look for specific attack signatures. That's a mouthful, right? But if you're doing that home study and you're trying to learn and you're building virtual labs and things anyway, create videos, create anything that you can document, that you can share with a hiring manager. It shows your passion. It also talks back again to what I said before about being memorable. because now you're not just a random resume. You're somebody who's out there already giving back to the community. You're trying to help others get better. And then you need to be able to sell yourself. One of my colleagues, Jake Williams, was a guest on my podcast. Remember I mentioned the podcast that I co-host earlier. And he shared with me one of the techniques that he does when he's in a resume review at a career village like this. Tells the person to prepare their resume. So everybody comes into the career village for a resume review with a resume, obviously. But then he takes it from them and he asks them to deliver a 1 to 2 minute elevator pitch. How do you sell yourself in 1 to 2 minutes and tell him why you're the right fit for the job? What's the value you're going to bring to that hiring manager's business? He then has that person locate everything that they used in their pitch and show him where it is on their resume. Anything that isn't there needs to be revised. So you don't need Jake there to do this. You can do this with anybody. Sit down with somebody and give them your elevator pitch. Take 1 to 2 minutes to talk about why you're a fit for that role that you're thinking about applying to. Then look at your resume. Do the things that you had in your 1 to 2 minute elevator pitch show up in your resume? If not, make sure you tailor that resume to that job and add those pieces in there. All right. So now, let's return to our barista example, because many of you are coming into security and you don't have demonstrated experience working in security. But that doesn't mean you don't have skills. That doesn't mean you don't have technical capabilities. Now, when I talk about technical capabilities, I like to break them down into 3 categories. And I think this is important because it's how you communicate and it's how you make sure that you include things even though you don't have experience. First is knowledge. Knowledge just means you've read about it. Maybe you've gone to training or conference talks about it. It's something that you've researched. You've studied that topic. You've studied that skill set. You've studied that capability. Next comes skills. You move from knowledge to skills when you've actually worked in that technology. You've used that capability, maybe in a lab or a CTF, or you went to a hands-on village or other hands-on training somewhere. In other words, you have applied that capability. You've applied it to a situation. And then there's experience. And experience means you have documented examples of applying that skill in a real-life scenario. In other words, you've executed it. So you can take capabilities that you have and you can include them on your resume in any one of these 3 categories. You'll notice that most of the time you don't see these words used very often. You might see experience once in a while in a job description, but you have the ability to communicate them, and this is how you sell yourself. So you're not saying, I have experience working with this in a job, but hey, I have knowledge of that and I have skill because here's how I applied it. So focusing on these and selling your capabilities in terms of these is crucial. And then let's talk about core skills. There's this idea of soft skills, and I hate that word because soft skills doesn't really speak to what core skills are. I prefer the terms core skills, and I prefer that term because core skills refers to those capabilities, those skill sets, those things that you have that are transferable across any technology, across any industry. They're the very core things that you need to succeed in any job. And in reality, they're the best measure of how successful someone's going to be in a job. So how do you find your core skills? How do you find those things that you're doing in your job today as a barista that are going to be transferable? Well, let's look at one of the things a barista might put on a resume. They might say that in their job, they made coffee beverages. Well, what we want to do is we want to break this down and we want to start removing all of the industry specific terminology and perspective. So they can break that down and think about what those individual tasks are that a barista does. They receive those orders. They prepare those orders according to recipes. They deliver those orders to customers and they clean the equipment. Now, this still has a lot of context to being a barista, though, so we're not done yet. Now, take those individual tasks and remove every possible reference that would tell you what this job was. You want to get them to core level skills that don't tell you anything about what the actual industry was that that person was working in. Instead, they tell you about the person themselves. So what did they do? They processed multiple inputs. They translated those inputs into tasks, and then they had to prioritize those tasks and organize them to be as efficient as possible. They focused on efficient delivery to the customer, and throughout all of this, they had to plan and execute maintenance activities. Now, from that, I can't tell you anything about what job they did, but I can tell you about that person. So when you focus on these, look at those for a minute. And think back to the very beginning of this talk, that barista. Aren't those the exact skills that you would want a SOC analyst to have? You want them to be able to process a lot of inputs simultaneously and to prioritize them and maximize their efficiency and react quickly and effectively, and all the while also keeping an eye on maintenance and other planned activities that have to occur. This is how you take yourself from a completely unrelated industry and credibly demonstrate why it is you have a place in cybersecurity. So it's about time for me to wrap up. And as I do, I just want to leave you with this quote from Ella Fitzgerald. I love this quote. Don't give up. I know it's frustrating. I know all these problems with job descriptions and hiring manager issues and everything else. It's tough. We're working, many of us in this industry, to make it better, but don't give up. Do the things that you can do, the things that are in your control to maximize your chances of finding that next role in security. So with that, I invite you to continue the conversation. Please feel free to reach out to me, ask questions, share your ideas, your feedback. You see Twitter up there. That reach me on Twitter. That's the easiest way. My DMs are always open. I'm happy to have conversations. If you'd rather LinkedIn, by all means, find me on LinkedIn. My website's there as well. You can find out where I'm speaking next. You can read my blog, which unfortunately is woefully outdated right now. I haven't really blogged since February, but I'll get back to that eventually as well. And then thank you. Thank all of you, BSides Orlando, for having me here, all of you for attending today, and of course, my employer Sneak for making it possible for me to be here as well. Thank you so much, everybody. Good luck to you in your searches, and let's keep working to make this industry better.
Alyssa, thank you so much. That was wonderful. I think it's great that it's tangible and it's approachable. Everyone thinks that, job search and hiring is some black box or some magical thing, when it is a puzzle that really needs to be solved, and not all of us know all the pieces. So I really appreciate you pointing out all of the pieces, because whenever we do one of our recruiter panels, we just sort of say, hey, let's explain to everyone out there are all these different points. And, no one is ever teaching people. They're saying, I just sent in a resume. I sent in an application. Well, it's a lot more than that. So thank you so much. Really appreciate your time this morning. If you want to just jump into the Discord channel over in the Career Village lobby, if anyone has any questions, join her over there. And Alyssa can spend a few moments answering any questions, but I know she has a busy day. Do you have anything smoking today?
Not today. So yeah, Kathleen's asking because everybody knows I love barbecue, but I actually made a lot. Last weekend I did like 25 pounds of meat on the smoker, so I'm good for a while.
Okay, sounds good. Well, Alyssa, thank you so much, and have a really great day.
Thank you, and thanks everybody. I appreciate it. Take care.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
So next up, we will have in the Career Village Pablo Bureau, who will talk about theory and practical experience. And it's a really nice follow-up to Alyssa's presentation, because we really talk about sort of which route do we go. So we're going to take a 5-minute break before we talk to Pablo, and we're seeing some questions. Yes, there will be videos available after today, so no worries. And remember, in the Career Village, we will be doing resume review and career coaching starting around 3 o'clock. So we'll be back in a few minutes. Thanks, everybody. Hello, everyone, and thank you for coming back to the Career Village. It's really interesting that in the 8 to 9 years that I've been in the community, how career search and job search and recruiting has really sort of changed. In the beginning, we were all talking about, I can't find a job, or there are so many people who need to find a job, or so many employers who wanted to find people, but they couldn't find them. And it's been great to watch people connect, and they've been connecting more and more, understanding better what goes on for a recruiter and what goes on for a job seeker. It's a slow process, but we're all in it together and we'll be able to make it happen. So I'm really thrilled that one of my friends has decided to put together this talk that really sort of looks at various different tracks that we can all take. Because some people will say you've got to go this way, others will say you need to take it that way. Pablo has really just sort of pointed out that there are many different tracks that you can take, and there are people in our community who have taken those tracks. So, Pablo, I really appreciate you spending the time with us this morning to talk about the various different practical or in theory applications we should have in our job search. So, Pablo, take it away.
Thanks so much, Kathleen. So first, I want to highlight something that Kathleen said just before, which is if you have not seen Alyssa's talk, I would humbly say that that is probably the better half of this subject, and you should definitely go watch that one. So I'm here to talk to you a little bit about the difference between theory and practice, and this is stolen from a quote that says, in theory, there's no difference between theory and practice. In practice, there is. And so where did this come from? I like collecting clever quotes, and this one is one that is often attributed to Yogi Berra, who also gave us such beautiful quotes like, you should go to other people's funerals, otherwise they may not come to yours. And when you come to a fork in the road, take it. Unfortunately, or fortunately, this quote actually didn't come from him. This quote actually came from a computer science book that was published in 1986, and it's attributed to having been overheard at a computer science conference. So, almost 40 years ago now, we were having the struggle of practice and theory, and it continues today. So why are we here? I've been doing this for a while, and as many of the speakers today have said, I spend a lot of time on Twitter because that's where InfoSec lives. And every year to 18 months, I keep seeing these discussions, and they're really not helping the community. There are people out there that will say things like, you have to spend 10 or 15 years in cybersecurity or in IT before you get to cybersecurity, and that you have to have a degree before you can make any money in or have a career in cybersecurity. And with due respect to all of the fine professionals in the InfoSec community that are quoted here, I think that they're both wrong. And I think that they're both right. And so it's really about having a balanced approach to what do I gain and what do I lose from the different paths into InfoSec. So why do we talk about this? Well, we all go through these career transitions, right? We're either finishing school, whether it's high school or a college, or maybe we're leaving military service. That was certainly the case for me. Or we go through life changes where we get married, or we have kids, or we get divorced, or we just decide that we want to change the vector of our lives. Or we go through career changes. Maybe the career that you initially started out on is not something that you're enjoying and you want to try something new, or you want a chance to do something a little bit better. Or maybe in these days, your job has evaporated, right? In the age of COVID, there are a lot of us that just can't go do our job. And so maybe InfoSec is a good career jump for us because we might be able to do it remotely. So first of all, some disclaimers. The first standard disclaimer is these views are my opinions and my opinions alone. They don't necessarily reflect the opinions of my employer. The next one is that if you look for flaws in this presentation, you're going to find them. You're going to find an exception to everything that I say. These are just observations that I've made from being in this field for a while. And the last one is that I freely admit that I took a certain path, and so I have my own biases. So definitely keep those in mind. I try to do my best to give a balanced approach, but invariably, my own unique experiences and biases are going to come out a little bit. And I'm happy to discuss those or why I may be wrong at any point after this talk. So a little bit of about my background, so you know where my biases are. I've been doing this for a bit. I had my first access to an 8088 computer in 1981 and spent a misspent youth on BBSs and dial-up modems. Worked for a while in industry before going to college, developing expert systems, which were considered AI at the time. And then I enlisted in the Navy. 5 years later, I got a degree in computer science, spent some time at Fort Meade working at NSA, went back to school, got a master's degree, continued my Navy career, worked at U.S. Cyber Command, and then taught computer science and information science classes at the Navy's postgraduate school, and then retired out of U.S. Special Operations Command at their hackerspace, makerspace called SoftWorks, and then finished up my schooling and got a PhD. That's my journey. Other things, if you look at the picture, you may recognize some of the people there. That's actually School of Roots. I was fortunate enough to be part of that very, very talented group. And those are my humble beginnings. So with that being said, let's go ahead and present, flame on. But let's be respectful in our questions and our chats. We've all got different views. We've all got different biases. And there's certainly room for just about everybody's opinion. So what is the traditional path to InfoSec? Well, the short answer is there is no traditional path to InfoSec. We've not been around as a career field that long. The reason I've got computer science degrees is when I went through school, there were no InfoSec degrees. That just wasn't a possibility. So InfoSec has really been around as a career path for arguably about 10 years as an exclusive career path. Before that, it was just, the smartest hacker in the room, the biggest geek in the room, and somebody had to do it. This is a very, very old meme, and it shows what the traditional, quote unquote, traditional path was, that you could either start out as a forensic analyst and maybe promote to be a forensic lab director and then be a chief security officer. And in 20 years, you'll be a highly paid security consultant. Or you could go the Kevin Mitnick route, become a hacker, become a criminal, get convicted, spend 2 years in jail, and then be a highly paid consultant. I don't recommend that path now. You're probably going to spend a lot more than 2 years in jail. But when people talk about traditional paths, it makes me laugh because there were no traditional paths. We haven't been around long enough to be traditional. So let's talk about what the contemporary paths are. How do we get into cybersecurity these days? Well, generally speaking, there's three paths. The first one is the School of Hard Knocks. The next one is the certification path. And the next one is the college education path. And so let's talk about the pros and cons of each of them. They've each got their own unique pros and cons. And so your mileage may vary depending on who you are and what your past experience is and what you want to do. So let's talk about the School of Hard Knocks first. So this is, quote unquote, the traditional path. And it's the traditional path in the sense that it wasn't so long ago that there were no cybersecurity degrees. There were no InfoSec certifications. And so you learn by doing, and you learn by playing with things, and you might get to find somebody to mentor you somewhere along the way. But you really couldn't do any formalized training. YouTube didn't exist. There was no Medium. And so you kind of found bits and pieces in Frack magazine or in 2600 magazine. And so you would pretty much teach yourself. One of the pros of this is cost, right? It's essentially free. What it costs you is your time. Another pro is that you only have to learn the things that you're interested in learning. If you don't want to learn theory, don't learn theory. If you don't want to learn about OS 10, then don't learn about OS 10. If you want to learn about satellites without doing all of the physics, learn about satellites without doing the physics. And so it seems like you're going to spend the least amount of time studying things that you don't care about to learn things that you do care about in order to become an expert. And we're going to address that. It turns out that it's actually not necessarily the fastest route. Another pro is that you get practical skills right now. You're going to play with things, you're going to figure things out, and you get to have practical applications of the skills you learned as soon as you learn them. And The other one is that you're going to be limited only by your personal drive and your personal talent. Nobody's going to make a matrix for you that says, well, you've got to take this prerequisite before you take that. Nobody's going to tell you that you have to have a related degree and 3 years experience in order to label yourself an expert and get a certification. Really, as much time and as much effort and as much drive and talent as you can sink into this, that's really going to be your limiting factor. So what are some of the cons? Well, I talked about the fastest. So least amount of time is questionable. So if you read about education and knowledge management, there was a very well-known article by Malcolm Gladwell called Outliers that talks about what do experts have in common? And one of the things that was determined in that research was that you're going to spend about 10,000 hours in order to study something to become an expert. So let's take those 10,000 hours, let's split it in 8-hour days. That means that you're going to spend 3.42 years becoming an expert. Well, 3.42 years, if you take out summer vacation and holiday vacation, is roughly what it takes to get a bachelor's degree. And we can sit here and discuss about being an expert versus having a bachelor's degree, but the point is it's not necessarily the fastest way to do things. The other issue is that most people that go through the School of Hard Knocks, and again, there are lots of exceptions to this, tend to study practice and not necessarily theory. Theory is much harder. Theory is a little bit more oblique, a little bit more opaque. And so you can download tools and learn to use tools and learn tactics, techniques, and procedures, but you're not necessarily going to understand why those tools work. I'm not going to use the term script kiddie. I find that term to be offensive. I don't think it's fair. There are lots of artisans that know how to use tools very, very well and don't necessarily understand all of the theory behind them. One of the problems with practice and not theory, however, is that tactics, techniques, and procedures change. And so the tools and the tactics, techniques, and procedures that work today may not work in 6 months or in a year. And so if you're out of it for whatever reason for 6 months or a year, you're going to come back in, you're going to find out that your skills are now stale, or maybe they've perished entirely because the world has moved on. And so you really have to make a conscious effort, regardless of which path you take in InfoSec, to stay current. And that also applies in the School of Hard Knocks. Employment, what are your best chances for employment if you go through the School of Hard Knocks? Again, there are exceptions, but if you're just getting started out, boutique shops are usually pretty good. If you're an independent consultant, you're probably going to be doing okay, although it helps to have a body of work behind you, whether it's written papers or blog posts or talks, something that you can show prospective employers beyond a degree, because you're probably not going to have one if you followed this. Corporations. Alyssa, the last talk, talked about those automated resume scanning. If it says bachelor's degree and you don't have one there, the machine isn't going to be smart enough to go and look and see that you've got 15 years experience. And so you're probably not going to get the maximum amount of points. Certainly you can bypass that by making personal connections and talking to the independent recruiter. But if you're applying blindly to web posting, that's probably not going to be great. HR checks, I just addressed those. The other part is survivability. Really, for better or worse, hiring managers tend to believe that once you have a degree, those skills aren't as perishable as if you're a School of Hard Knocks. You tend to have a little bit longer lasting power. The other thing that happens is once you get hired, eventually what happens is kind of like what's happening now is economies have good times, and like now they have bad times. And when they have bad times, what happens is accountants get in there and try to figure out how they can cut costs. And when they've got two employees that are making roughly the same salary, let's assume that they are, and they see one that's got an advanced degree and one that has no degree, and they have to cut one to cut costs, for better or worse, they're probably going to cut the one that doesn't have the degree, because on paper, that seems to make sense. It's not fair, but it's the world that we live in. So if you want an example of somebody that's done tremendously well through the School of Hard Knocks, my dear friend and dare I say mentor in a lot of ways, Frank Hyde, is a fantastic example. Frank Hyde is hands down one of the smartest individuals I know, and not just about InfoSec, about everything. But Frank worked really hard at this. He started in 1979. He emancipated from his parents, and his first job was at Chase Manhattan in New York. Never finished high school, let alone a degree, but he kept reading and kept teaching himself. Got a job with the New York Transit Police, building an anti-crime system. Created the emergency 911 system for MCI. Did a bunch of work for the U.S. government and the Navy at NAVSEA and SwiftPack. Found an NSA penetration testing operation. In 1999, he was the number 10 employee at Stake, which is really one of the foundational companies that made this industry an industry. And then he founded Leviathan Security. Now, if you want an insight as to how well read Frank Haidt is, a lot of people who know Leviathan Security go, well, Leviathan is out in Seattle. It's close to the ocean. And in the past, he's done work with the Navy. And so he must be talking about Leviathan, the sea monster. No, that's not it. He named it after Hobbes, the invisible hand. I don't know anybody that reads Hobbes just for fun, but he does that. And then he's a TED speaker times, I think 3 or 4 now. He's just one of these people that's like Beethoven. He just sat at the keyboard and he could play. Now, Frank is clearly an exemplary example, and not every one of us can be Frank. I'm certainly not Frank. That path was not right for me, but certainly you can be an absolute leader in this industry and become tremendously well known without the need for a quote unquote formal education. So let's talk a little bit about certifications. Certifications are great. Again, they haven't been around very long. I've got a CISSP number that is less than 10,000, or sorry, less than 100,000. So I've had mine for a while, but there are lots and lots of certifications out there. And to be honest, they're not all created equal. It really depends on what you want to do. Most certifications, and again, there are examples of this that are or exceptions to this, are focused on practice and not necessarily theory. Some will teach you a little bit of theory. Most focus on practice. You have to recognize that there is a vendor motivation for these. Those vendors that sell those certifications want you to get the certification. They want you to pay for the boot camp and the class. They want you to pay for access to the labs. They want you to pay for the privilege of taking a test. And then they want those maintenance fees year after year after year because they keep your name on a website. So it's important to recognize that. So how do you get a certification? Typically speaking, there are 2 paths for these. One is you just take a class or a boot camp, which you're going to pay a hefty sum for. And the other one is to either pick up a book, which probably one of the vendors is willing to sell you and wrote, or you can do online self-teaching. And then you're going to have to pass some exams. Some of the exams are proctored and some of them are not. I will tell you that there are some exams that are very highly thought of because they're proctored, and they can be assured that if you pass the exam, you pass the exam. Others are not necessarily that case. OSCP is a highly regarded technical certification, but the reality is that you take it online from home. And so if you know where to look, you can pay somebody in India or other overseas locations to register and take that exam on your behalf, and you will be certified even though you don't have the requisite knowledge. And so it's really important to decide what certifications you want, why you want them, what you expect to get out of them. So what are the pros of certifications? They're great for a boot camp. If you know nothing about penetration testing, taking a CEH or a SANS penetration testing boot camp is going to make you from 0 to, I have a pretty good idea what's going on in about a week. You're going to get lots and lots of practice in a short time in a confined lab environment. You're going to be functional in a very short time. But as I pointed out, you're not going to get a whole lot of theory. So if you take it from vendor X and they show you 10 tools, and then those tools deprecate because they're free open source tools, you're going to have to figure out what the solutions are. Or maybe that tool doesn't work because it gets flagged by IDS and IPS in the future. You're going to have to figure out what it is. And then if it's a paid tool, oftentimes these paid tools are really expensive. Metasploit is free, but the paid version is not so cheap. There is certainly a free version of IDA Pro, but if you want to go out and buy a license for yourself, it's a hefty chunk of change. If you take the class, you get some lead learning, which is great. There's going to be somebody there to answer your questions. There's going to be somebody there to guide you and say, it's usually easier if you learn topic 1 before topic 2, and there's a defined progression of knowledge. And the other thing is that once you get that certification, most certifications will give you help in passing that human resources check. If they say they want a CEH or an OSCP or a CISSP, you're going to have that on your resume. And so that's certainly going to get you points when you do that automated HR check. So just to kind of highlight the difference between learning boot camps and formal instruction, here are 2 boxes that are teaching exploitation development. And I'm going to give you a minute to look at the red box and the contents and the blue box and the contents there. And let's see if we can figure out what the difference is. So on first glance, these look very, very similar, right? Certainly, there's talk about stack-based buffer overflows in both of them. There's talk about return to libc attacks in both of them. There's talk about return object-oriented programming and defeating ASLR. So these look very similar. One of these is a 12-week master's course in computer science. One of these is a 1-week boot camp from a very well-known vendor. Now, the topics are the same, but how much time you spend interacting with a topic is tremendously important. So if you spend 1 week for each of those bullets, you're going to get a lot more out of that information than if you spend 1 day for each of those bullets, because you got to make it through all of them in a 5 or 6 day boot camp. And so, yeah, the topics covered are the same, but the depth of the subject is going to be different depending on whether you take a 12-week course, whether you take a 1-week boot camp. So it's something to consider. So let's talk about cons of certifications. I pulled these dollar figures from a very, very well-known provider. They do provide very good certifications, very in-depth certifications, but to take a 1-week class, it's going to be $6,210. And then you have to wait some amount of time between taking the class and taking the certification exam, which means that you're going to want to practice those labs. And so access to the online labs is going to run you another $729. And then you're going to take an exam and hopefully you pass it the first time, because you're going to have to pay $729 for the benefit of taking an exam. And if you fail it and you have to retake it again, well, they'll take another $729. And then on top of that, you're going to have to renew that certification every 3 or 4 years. And again, these certifications tend to be tool-based, not so much theory. And so the skills are perishable. So if you're going to go take a penetration testing certification, and that's what you're going to do in your day-to-day job, then absolutely, this is not a bad problem to have, that you're going to have to demonstrate and keep up to date, because it's what you're doing in your day-to-day job. On the other hand, if you're going to get away from this because now you need to go do the next topic, which is blue teaming, because you want to be a defender and not a penetration tester, those skills are going to deprecate. The other thing is what do they demonstrate? Well, what they really demonstrate is that you could take a 1-week boot camp and you were capable of taking a proctored multiple choice exam. That's a little bit different than having a final project or writing a dissertation or writing a thesis in a college program. But absolutely, I've got certifications. I've got certifications from well-known vendors, and they were great for getting me up to speed very quickly on very tailored subjects. So let's talk about college. So not all schools and not all programs are created equally. If you want to go to MIT, MIT has a reputation for a reason. I certainly did not go to MIT, right? There are schools that are for-profit schools, and so you have to wonder about what are the motivations for those schools to teach. Now, certainly schools are expensive regardless. However, there's a difference between a state school, a private school, and a for-profit school. When you're looking at schools, most of them focus on theory with varying levels of practice. Again, certainly there are exceptions. Some of us are in a position where we can really stop working, take some loans, and become full-time students, and that's great. Some of us can't do that, right? We've got responsibilities, we've got families, we've got bills, or we're just not capable with our personality types to be a full-time student. We feel like we need to do something. And so the decision to be made between work study and study, most schools have some sort of job placement and they have career fairs. And so that's helpful. And then there's a value proposition versus cost. You really have to look at what is the school, what is the program, how long has that program been around, has it been certified by anybody, who's the faculty, do I get access to the actual faculty, do I get to talk to that PhD that's doing the amazing research, or am I going to talk to a bunch of TAs and the professor doesn't really have time for the students. The other thing to consider is degree path versus a related degree path versus an unrelated degree path. Lots of us didn't know what we wanted to do when we grew up. I got lucky. I did computer science and I just happened to land in the infosec industry, which is what I want to do. But lots of people don't. They got a degree in something unrelated. That's okay. There's some pros there and we're going to get to that. So what are the pros of college degrees? The pros, frankly, are that they're recognized in all industries. Very rarely have I been asked what my degree was in. They were just happy that I had a bachelor's degree or that I had a master's degree. They're resilient. You're going to get that HR pass. The automated system knows very well what a BA is or what a BS is or MA or MS. They know those things. Job survivability. For better or worse, when companies downsize and they go to cut costs, if you've got a degree, you're more survivable. There's an exception to that. If you've got a PhD, oftentimes you're considered to be more expensive. And so you may get cut first or you may not get the job. I've had friends with PhDs take their PhDs off their resumes because companies thought they would be too expensive. It tends to be non-perishable. And why does it tend to be non-perishable? Well, first of all, you get a lot of theory. And I've discussed the fact that theory is less perishable because the theory stays relatively constant when compared to the practice. The other part is you're going to spend 4 years with that material. You're going to get those 10,000 hours. And so whether you feel like it, you are or not, to some extent, you're an expert in whatever you've got your degree in. You may not be very deep. You will be very wide in whatever you got your degree in. And the other benefit is writing. Most of us that are in the tech fields are not prolific writers. Again, there's exceptions. I know I don't like writing. I would much rather write code than the written word. But if you go to college, you're going to be writing. You're going to be writing a lot. You're going to be taking English comm classes and you're going to have to write a final project or a thesis or a dissertation. And so they're going to force you to do something that you might not otherwise do. And writing is tremendously important. You're going to have to take non-related courses, right? If you're a computer scientist, you're still going to have to take English comp. You're still going to have to take college math. And that's important because the more you know about various different subjects, the easier it is for you to connect a new subject that's being introduced to you to something you already know. Why else is it important? Well, you know, if you're a cybersecurity practitioner, and you're going to work for a Mandiant or a Redeye or one of those, you still need to know a little bit about accounting. Why? Well, because your customers are probably going to be running accounting firms or banks or medical institutions or newspapers. And so knowing a little bit about how they do their business and have a little bit of background in their field is going to be tremendously important so that you can understand what's important to them and, more importantly, how you can communicate your findings to your customer. If you're in the InfoSec field and you get hired to do a penetration test, they don't want to hear about bits and bytes and they don't want to hear about IPs and they don't want to hear about golden tickets. They want to hear why it matters to them. And then let's talk about that cost. Let's revisit that cost bit for a bit. So writing in unrelated courses, again, critical for success. I'm not just saying that. Lenny Zeltzer, who is a very well-known member of the InfoSec field, he actually is the owner of the malware reverse engineering course for one of the well-known vendors. He says, look, it's critical for success. It's often ignored. We tend to focus on the technical skills, which is great. That's what we need to do our job. But the reason we're hired for technical skills is so that we can communicate our findings to non-technical people. And just like anything else, it requires a tremendous amount of practice. And most of us, me included, are not going to do it unless we're forced. Well, if you go to formal learning, you get a college degree, you're going to be forced to do a lot of writing. And then again, as I touched on, understanding other fields helps us explain technical things to people that may not be as technical and why they should care. So writing is at least as important, if not more important, than your technical skills. So cons, cost. A lot of people talk about cost, and I'll address that shortly. Applicability. Yeah, you're going to take a lot of unrelated classes. That's true. But again, that's not necessarily useless. It can be useful in other ways. Um, a lot of the complaints that I hear about why people didn't go to college, which is fine, is it's not practical. And it's true. While certifications focus on the practice and less on the theory, a lot of the college programs focus on the theory and not necessarily the practice. And you really are going to need a little bit of both. The other one is time. Not all of us have 4 years to devote to a full-time degree, or have the amount of hours we need to be able to do a work study and commit 4, 5, or 6 years to doing a degree part-time. And so that is certainly a con. So let's talk about the cost for a little bit, because I see this discussion and I have issues with the discussion. So I pulled these from some educational sites. A public 2-year college education is going to be $3,440 in yearly tuitions and fees, right? So for a 2-year degree, you're looking at roughly $7,000. A public 4-year college, you're looking at $9,400 in yearly tuition and fees. If you're in state, if you're out of state, notice it jumps up tremendously to $24,000. So that is not an insignificant jump. And on average, if you go to a private university 4 years, you're going to pay about $32,000. So yeah, $32,000 times 4 years, that's a lot of money, right? However, $9,400 times 4 years is about a third as much. So let's go back and talk about reducing costs. So yeah, I'm old, so I'm going to give you the uphill both ways and then the snow talk. If you're thinking about going to university, are you willing to live in those conditions? That is a picture of a dorm room in the dorm where I lived after it was upgraded. Before it was upgraded, none of the dorm rooms had been updated since the 1950s. I had the same furniture that was used in federal prisons. I don't necessarily expect that, but if I go to your apartment off campus and it looks like something out of, Housewives of insert fancy neighborhood here, you're probably spending money you don't need to spend, right? The point of going to college is to go there, get your degree as quickly as possible, as cheaply as possible, so you can get out and get that job that you really want to get. So be realistic about how you're spending your money. So cons, applicability. You're going to take unrelated courses, and you may not think that they're worthwhile, and in many cases, they may not be worthwhile for what you end up doing for your work. I can tell you, I took differential equations. I have never used differential equations in a professional setting. I just haven't. So yeah, that time was lost, but it was something that I learned. The amount of practice that you get in each degree varies, and if practice is important to you, and it should be, you should ask how many lab hours. You should ask how many of the classes have labs. Not all schools and programs are the same. Contact hours with the material matter. The faculty matters. Are these people that have been stuck in academia and never worked in the real world? Are these practitioners that come back to academia? Are these people that are in academia that are doing cutting edge research? These things are important. Is the faculty working on things that you are interested in, right? You can get a degree through a university, good, fast, or cheap. Choose one, right? If it's a good degree, it's probably not going to be fast or cheap. If it's a cheap degree, it's probably not going to be good or fast. So recognize where you're sinking your time and your money. And I will tell you humbly that a lot of universities out there will tell you that they are an NSA certified center of excellence. I will tell you, frankly, having been on the inside of that certification is absolutely worthless. The way that schools get that certification is somebody will come out from the federal government and look through a checklist of buzzwords and see if that buzzword appears either somewhere on the syllabus or somewhere on the course description, but they will never actually vet the class to see to what depth or scale that subject is covered in. So if you're looking at two schools and they're about even, there are lots of things you can look at, like contact hours and what the faculty is doing, but I would lend no weight to being an NSA certified center of excellence. So one of the things that I've heard from students at the graduate and undergraduate levels, they feel that they're about ready to graduate and they go, I don't feel qualified to do anything. Relax. It's okay. It's okay. That there are a lot of people that feel that way. I certainly didn't feel qualified to do anything when I got through with my degrees. So let's look at realistically what the different degree levels are supposed to demonstrate. A bachelor's degree demonstrates that you're capable of learning and you're capable of being taught. You got taught things inside of your major, outside of your major. You passed all those classes, a wide swath of materials. And so it shows that you're capable of learning. That's it. If you're starting an entry-level job with a bachelor's degree, the people hiring you do not expect you to be an expert. What they expect is that you have a little bit of background knowledge and a little bit of theory, and that you're going to be able to sit down with a mentor or with a manager, and that you're going to be able to be taught the things that you need to perform in that job. That's it. Once you get a master's degree, what it really demonstrates is that you're capable of teaching yourself. So now, instead of necessarily having a mentor, if you have a master's degree, the expectation from the hiring manager is that if they hire you and they say, I need you to go learn about X, that you're going to be able to do a little bit of research, pick up a book, read some articles, and teach yourself about X. And if you get a PhD, and I often get asked, should I get a PhD? All it really demonstrates is that you're capable of conducting independent scientific research. So to answer the question, should I get a PhD? What I will tell you very simply is there are really only 3 reasons to get a PhD. The first one is if you want to be an academic and work at a university, get a PhD. There's definitely a caste system in academia. The second one is if you want the title of research scientist at a big corporation, you're probably going to need that PhD. And the last one is it's a vanity project. I just want to be able to say that I'm a PhD. Aside from that, it's really not going to provide you any substantial benefit in looking for work. So let's talk a little bit about college and unrelated degrees. Everybody needs InfoSec, right? It doesn't matter what you do. If you're a bank, if you're a writer, if you run a pet store, a game store, everybody needs InfoSec because we all do our business on computers and networks. So unrelated degrees help you speak the language of who your customer is going to be. If you want to go work for Ford Motor Company, and as an InfoSec person, then, it probably helps if you know a little bit about thermodynamics or the internal combustion engine or mechanics or mechanical engineering. So those courses are worthwhile taking. It helps you understand the business process of your customers, and it helps you understand their thought process. You will know what is important to them, and so you can show them why they should care about InfoSec. Baseline courses, mostly the same throughout universities, whether you take English comp at MIT or whether you take English comp at your local community college. English comp is English comp. Now, as you get to more advanced writing classes, it's going to vary significantly. But your baseline course that you take your freshman year and usually part of your sophomore year are pretty much going to be the same everywhere. So it's okay to go to your local community college and knock those out for a cheaper price before you transfer to that state school or that private school you really want to go to. And the other thing is that you're probably going to need some training and education on the tech side. You're going to get a lot of theory. You're probably not going to get as much practice. And so that practice is going to be important. You're going to have to sink some time outside of the classroom to really make your knowledge sink in and make it practical. So here's a fantastic example of a star in the InfoSec field who has an unrelated degree. If you don't know Tracy Malief, she's an InfoSec Sherpa on Twitter. Follow her. She's tremendously talented, very smart individual. She's got a degree in history and a master's degree in library sciences. And she spent 10 years as a librarian before she started her own LLC and then became a cyber analyst for GlaxoSmithKline. And then she got her very first InfoSec certification years later, and now she's an InfoSec analyst for the New York Times. And boy, can she do research. She does research due to her background in library sciences and her degree in history. She does research better than just about anybody I know. If I need to look for a foundational paper in something, I'm probably going to go to Tracy first. Just a tremendous individual. History degree, probably was not thinking about InfoSec when she got her degree. Was able to take those skills and pivot and found a home in InfoSec, and she's been teaching the rest of us ever since. So absolutely don't get discouraged. I've met people that work in this field that have everything from history and English degrees to divinities and computer science and biotechnology. So absolutely, you can pivot and teach yourself those InfoSec skills. So where am I really going with this? Immanuel Kant, great quote here. Experience without theory is blind, but theory without experience is mere intellectual play. And it's true. You need a little bit of both, right? If you want to be a well-balanced professional, you need to learn a little bit of theory and a little bit of practice. And it really doesn't matter which you learn first. As a matter of fact, if you're doing it right, you're probably cycling between the two. Maybe you go out and you see a cool tool and you go, wow, let me learn how to use this tool. I really want to understand how this tool works so that I can be a better user of this tool. So yeah, you absolutely need both theory and practice. So learning and networking sources, again, age of COVID, but you can definitely go to hacker collectives. A lot of them aren't having meetups anymore in person, but they are having meetups online. Makerspaces, same thing. A lot of them are still teaching classes online. Do CTFs. If you're not successful in the CTF, that's okay. A lot of the teams do write-ups on how they solve particular CTF challenges afterwards. And once you learn how they did it, you'll learn that, hey, maybe I need to go learn a little bit more about Ruby or Python or about pandas inside of Python. Find mentors and mentorees. It's amazing to me. You can cold write anybody on Twitter or on LinkedIn and say, hey, listen, I'm just getting started. I'm trying to find a mentor mentee. Do you mind if I ask you a few questions? I have always answered those. I know Alyssa always answers those. Most of us are happy to help out people that want to enter our community. It's our community. We love what we do, and we want other people to love what we do. Lots of free and online training. YouTube is a great resource. Don't just go to HackerCons to be a participant. A lot of times, if you go and volunteer, and here's my hidden backstage pass. If you work as speaker operations, oftentimes you can go to the speaker room and get one-on-one time with the presenters, which I found to be tremendously useful. If you're DoD or if you're government, a lot of them have a lot of programs have internships in the DoD Skill Bridge. Take advantage of those programs. Join ISSA, join IC Squared, join ISACA. You do not have to have any certifications to join the local chapter, go to those, and hear people that are working in the field present on issues that are relevant. And that's also a good place to do that personal and professional networking and find a mentor. Lots of books. Go to cons. If you're listening to this, you're going to a con. And then a lot of vendors have boot camps and lunch and learns. Take advantage of those. So what's the best solution? Well, it's a bit of a choose your own adventure. All three paths, if you can. You've just got to start this 10,000-mile journey by taking a single step in any direction. There is no wrong way to do it. Things for you to consider is, what are your goals, right? Where do you want to be in 6 months? Where do you want to be in a year? Where do you want to be in 5 years? Where do you want to be, when you're 50 or 60 years old? What's your timeline? Is this something that you've got a lot of time to invest in, or is this something that you really need to get done in the next 9 months because you're expecting a child? Consider your finances. How much money do you have to spend on this? How much money are you comfortable borrowing on this venture? And when you balance those three things out, some things will come out to you, and it's okay. You'll start down a path, and then you'll look over and you go, I've gotten as far as I can, or I want to during this path. I want to switch over and do something else for a while. That's okay. You can come back. So that having been said, that is what I have for you today. And thank you for paying attention. And I will be around in the Discord lobby if you have any questions. Thanks so much.
Thank you so much, Pablo. Really appreciate seeing your face, because I miss seeing you around at all the cons. And I think it was BSides Las Vegas that you and I met for the first time about 8 years ago. And several of our BSides Las Vegas staff members, including Nels, are hanging around the con in LobbyCon. So there were a few people who had some questions, but they've joined us over in the Career Village lobby. So if you have some questions for Pablo, he's more than happy to answer them in the Discord channel for the Career Village. Just go to the lobby, and that's where you'll find Pablo. We're going to take a short break. It is lunch hour for some of us around here. And next up, we have Bob Wheeler, Sailor Doc, who is just going to talk about if you're transitioning military and what you might want to consider as you're transitioning from military cyber into commercial cyber or to other careers. And also remember that we have our career coaching and our resume reviewing starting in the Career Village at 3:00. You might want to come in there and wave hi and say that you want to have your resume reviewed or your career, get some career coaching. So we'll be back here a few minutes before the top of the hour to introduce our next speaker. Bye-bye. Hello and good afternoon here on the East Coast. We are on our second part of the BSides Orlando Career Village. My name is Kathleen Smith. Yes, it's Kathleen on Twitter. It is my honor and privilege to help many of the BSides conferences to put together a career track so that we can bring up the topic about career search, the challenges, the frustrations that many of us have. And at the same time, later this afternoon, we will be doing resume review and career coaching. So join us at 3 o'clock Eastern time in the Career Village lobby, and we'll get you all signed up for doing resume review and career coaching. I'm a military spouse, and one thing that's been interesting while I've been in the community is how many of our community members are veterans. We are coming up on Veterans Day, so I want to give a shout out to all of our veterans. Thank you for your service. We have with us today Bob Wheeler, otherwise known as Sailor Doc on Twitter. And Bob is a Navy veteran who spent his last 3 years in service as a recruiter and now works with me at ClearedJobs.Net. But he's been known as a great advocate within our community to help veterans who are transitioning from their military career into their civilian cyber career. So Bob has some tips he wants to share with us today. Bob, take it away.
Hey, well, thanks, Kathleen. I'm happy to be here. And we are going to talk a little bit about the transition part. I got a chance, if anybody else who's here was just listening to Pablo's talk and some of the other talks today, those talks have been really, really great. They have focused a whole lot on the very technical aspects of cybersecurity and InfoSec. And to be honest, that's not me. I was a recruiter. I worked in human resources. Now I work in the world between recruiters and human resources that deal a lot with cybersecurity talent, but that's not the area that I kind of grew up in or really focus on. So the difference between the talks you've seen earlier today and the talk that I'm going to give is I'm going to really focus on the hiring process. Now you may have learned a little bit about this in TAP class or transition class, but so we can still focus this a little bit on from the cybersecurity perspective, and I'm going to have a lot of examples relating to cybersecurity. But the real meat and potatoes of this is going to be about the hiring process, because one of the things that we know is that if there's a process going on, we want to work with it to make things go a little bit easier. So I'm going to go ahead and bring up some slides here to kind of start everything off. When I have these slides up, by the way, I can only see the slides. So if you throw a question out there, one of the moderators might see it. They might interrupt and ask a question. But also when I'm done, I'll jump over to the Discord room for a little bit and answer other questions as well. But as we kind of kick this thing off here, Kathleen had mentioned a little bit about who I am. My name is Bob Wheeler. I was in the Navy for 20 years. Most of that time was actually with the Marine Corps. I was a hospital corpsman. And then my last few years of being in the Navy as a hospital corpsman was when I was recruiting doctors. So I was up in the Maryland area, up near Fort Meade, where I was recruiting physicians and everything. When I got out of the Navy in 2014, I hooked up with ClearedJobs.Net, and I've been here ever since. Some other things that I've done, though, I have taught the Department of Labor portion of the TAP class a little bit, and I've also done presentations like this at different cybersecurity places. DEF CON earlier this year. This is my fourth different BSides. A couple of BSides I've been to on multiple occasions, but this is now my fourth one, so I get a new T-shirt. This is my San Antonio one from recently this year. Also places like Hacker Halted, Skydog Conference up in Nashville. So in the last few years, I've really been very in touch with not just the recruiters that we deal with at ClearedJobs.Net, but also with the job seekers and specifically with folks in cybersecurity. So what are we going to talk about today in the next 40 minutes or so, maybe an hour? First, we're going to talk about understanding the hiring landscape. That's a big piece. A lot of times people don't really understand some of those things. We're also going to talk about the differences between the military and the private sector. Everybody in here, if you're assuming you're a veteran, that's why you're here, you may know what it took to get into the Army or the Marine Corps, the Navy, or the Air Force, or whatever. Some of you may know what it takes to get out. Some of you may just have heard horror stories of what it takes to get out, but it's a little different between the military and the private sector. We're going to talk about that. And then the last part of my talk, I'm going to talk about, I love this phrase, marinating in your industry, and we're going to talk about how to marinate in the industries out there. So first of all, let's review. Let's review a little bit about the process of how did you get into the military. And again, this was kind of an eye opener for me that last 3 years. While I was recruiting those doctors, I worked with the enlisted recruiters as well. But to get a reminder of the accession process of the military, if it's one thing to be that 18-year-old kid or that 22-year-old college graduate, but it's a whole other thing to see it, from the other side. But it's all about finding the right fit first. They want to, basically, when you come into the military, things they want to know is how old are you, how healthy are you, and have you been in jail? That's kind of it. As long as you're of age, you're not doing drugs, you're not broken, and you haven't been to jail, you're already good. Now from there, they're going to try to identify your aptitude. The military is going to give you those, whether it's an ASVAB test or whether it's other kind of officer type tests. The whole point there is they don't really care what you did in the past. It's all about what can you be taught to do in the future. And then assuming that they pick you up, they're going to train you, they're going to equip you, they're going to assign you. That could take months. It could take months from the time that someone gets, quote, hired by the military to the time they actually start doing the job that they've been trained for. It might even take months until you even go to boot camp after you've signed your paperwork. So that's the process. The whole idea of that kind of hiring is quantity and then quality. So they just need to get people to stand on those yellow footprints. They need to get people out there because the military knows there's going to be some attrition. Not everybody who signs up is even going to ship. Not everybody who ships is even going to make it out of boot camp. Not everybody out of boot camp is going to make it out of MOS school. And then even with those people are doing great things, not everybody there is going to re-enlist. So the whole system is based upon bringing in lots of people, and we'll figure out who the good ones are that we want to keep as we go along. Now, the private sector doesn't work that way. The private sector, the company, if they're going to hire, there's a specific need, and so what drives that need? Money. To be quite honest with you, money drives the need. They have a specific need. If there is more opportunity or more work than they can handle with the amount of folks that they already have. And if they don't hire people, then the profits are going to suffer. So that's why they have the need. So then they recruit to find the right person. They're going to spend some money too to locate, close with, and hire the best person. I'm going to talk a little bit about how they do that, but remember, they're looking for the right people. They're not looking for a whole bunch of people to then figure out what to do with. And they're going to keep doing this until the need is filled. Because once the need is filled, then those profits are going to return, or maybe they're going to increase. So this whole thing is focused upon quality and then quantity. So there's a little bit of a difference. We'll let this little slide sink in. If you're a military veteran, whether you are an Air Force person or a Marine Corps person or whatever, I can almost guarantee you have understood or had operational risk management banged into your head. Identify hazards, assess the risks, make decisions, implement the controls based upon those risks, supervise and evaluate. So operational risk management. I know you might be thinking, well, what does this have to do with our talk today? What does risk management have to do with us? Well, hiring is a risk management decision. So the hiring process is a risk management decision for the employer. And what does that mean? It actually means that, you or me, if I'm the person being hired, the individual is the risk. Because if it doesn't work out, if the company hires somebody, the worst thing that a company can do in their eyes is hire the wrong person. And the wrong person can be somebody that they hire because it turns out they don't have the skills they're looking for to fill the problem. It might be that they're the wrong fit for the culture because then they make everybody else miserable, or maybe it's the person that they hire and then 6 months later jumps ship and goes somewhere else. The reason that risk is there is because they spend a lot of time and money to find those people, that quality, not quantity. And if it doesn't work out for any one of those reasons we mentioned, they have to start all over again. So that's a risk that they take when they decide to extend someone an offer. So if we think about it from a risk management position, we talk about identifying hazards and making decisions and mitigating risk. It's our job as a job seeker to identify the things that might appear to be problematic. And then we can either eliminate them or at least mitigate those things. And again, one of the things I put in there, appear to be problematic. It doesn't necessarily have to be an issue, but if it's anything that appears to be a problem from their end, that becomes, because perception is reality. So we're going to talk about that. We're going to talk a little bit more about how those risk management factors play into things. But I also want to break down the landscape of people who are involved in this hiring process from the business end. Who's who in the zoo, for lack of a better phrase. And as we do this, we need to remember that every step along this way, there's an individual who's it's their job to do a specific task. And from our perspective then, as a job seeker, we need to mitigate the risk for that person. So the way we approach one person may be different than another person, but it's all based upon mitigating that risk. So we definitely need to know who these main players are in the hiring process. And the big three are sourcers, recruiters, and hiring managers. Now, I'll also say that in some companies, you may see less people involved in the process, but even if it's just one person involved in the process, there's still these three steps to the process: sourcing, recruiting, and hiring. Like I said, a small company, it might be there's just one person doing all three of these things. At very large companies, there could be a large number of sourcers and a significant number of recruiters and various hiring managers and things like that. So we're going to break it down, but even if you get to a small company, just know that each one of these steps is important. So the sourcer, or the sourcing part of this is where you're searching for hard to find talent. They're going to use tools like job boards, social media, all kinds of things that they're going to do because they're actively out there looking for someone to talk to. The other thing that they can do, and we're going to talk about high value, or we're going to talk about employer-driven markets and job seeker-driven markets. So this is also the people that might be posting some jobs out there. But for the really tough to find talent, there can be sourcers who are just out there looking for the right people to talk to. Now, when they reach out to you in that first conversation that you have with a sourcer, really what they're just looking for basic qualifications. Hey, John, do you really have a CISSP? Hey, John, are you really getting out of the Navy, this year? Are you even interested in having a conversation? And are we even interested in having a conversation with you? That's the sourcer. Now, the recruiter, they engage qualified candidates. So once the sourcer says, yes, John is qualified, John meets our basic criteria, the sourcer may pass that person over to a recruiter, or if it's the same person, they go into recruiting mode. But the role here is to get the best slate of candidates to an interview process. When we're going to talk about the hiring manager in just a second, but they can't interview everybody. So job seekers, the recruiters want to get enough job seekers that they can bring a good slate of candidates to that process. And then when they're doing this, they're going to also be trying to sell the organization to the candidate. And also eventually they're going to sell the candidate to the organization if it's a good fit. I'll come back to this recruiting process here in a second, but I want to go ahead and jump up to hiring manager as well. The hiring manager, this is something I've actually seen people get a misunderstanding of when they're in the military. They hear this, you got to talk to the hiring manager. You got to connect with the hiring manager. The hiring manager it's not a specific job. There's no one whose job is called hiring manager. So don't Google it. Don't go on LinkedIn searching for hiring manager. A hiring manager is just somebody who's a program manager, project manager, some other person who's been given the authority to hire somebody. So this is someone who runs a shop, basically. They run a division, a department, or something like that, where the powers that be that said, yes, Jennifer, you can hire one person to do this job, right? Now, if Jennifer is the hiring manager, she's also the person who's running the show. They're running the department. So that what this shows you is she's already very busy with, quote, regular work. I mean, if not only is she busy with regular work, they have more work than they have enough people. That's why they're hiring. So it's like she's short-staffed. So what this means is this whole hiring process is a real pain in the behind for the hiring manager. They don't like it. They've got other things to do. They just want to get it over with. So this relationship between the recruiter and the hiring manager is really one of the most critical things that goes on in the process. And I bring this up because not every organization is going to have great relationships between their recruiters and hiring managers. Even within the same organization, it could be different between different recruiters and different hiring managers. But the idea here is if there's a good relationship, that recruiter not only like I said, not only do they want to sell the organization to you, not only do they want to say, hey, I think you should work for ABC Corporation because we're awesome and we have these kinds of benefits and we have these kinds of projects going on and everything like that. They're also the one that's going to sell you to that hiring manager. So if you have a good relationship with the recruiter and they say things like, hey, you might want to change your resume just to tweak it a little bit. I'm not saying they're going to ask you to lie about your resume. I'm not saying they're going to ask you to put things on there that aren't there. But if they say, hey, this hiring manager really likes resumes that are in bulletized formats, or the hiring manager doesn't even care about, community service type stuff. Take out all the fluff. If they tell you that, then you want to believe them because they're trying to bring the best slate, but they also want to, do a good job because that recruiter is basically rated by how good of a slate they bring to the hiring manager. So that recruiter's doing a dance. So just understand that difference between the sourcer, just looking for just basic qualifications. Are you interested? Recruiters are managing that relationship, and then the hiring manager is the one who eventually gets to say yes or no, but they're the one that is super busy. So those are the three pieces. But even inside these pieces, let's go back to this actually real quick, because we were talking a little bit about risk management. So what's the risk? How do you mitigate the risk with each one of these steps? So now a sourcer does things like looks on job boards, runs searches. Actually a good sourcer might even be like doing things like getting lists of who was at the BSides conference in Orlando or something like that. But for a thing like your resume, if you're going to put your resume on a job board, these are the people doing the keyword searches, the sourcers. So you want to make sure you're identifying all of the key skills, all of the key tools, and in the world of cybersecurity, it can be really helpful in the sense that there's so many things, that are very like they're very unique words. Whether it's a language, Python, Java, something like that, but also if it's the kind of thing like penetration tester, reverse engineer, those are some very specific phrases that you're probably not going to find on the resume of a truck driver, for example, or of a CPA type thing, an accountant or something. So you want to make sure your resume's got those keywords and really lists those pieces just somewhere on there. That recruiter piece, when you're getting in the recruiting thing, again, we talked about how that they're going to want to sell you to the hiring manager. So how do you mitigate that risk? You have those good conversations about what is it that they like to see on those resumes. Do they like to have it in this format versus that format? And then when it comes down to the hiring manager, this is when you start getting into things like interviews. And so how do you mitigate your risk when it comes down to the interview portion, talking to a hiring manager? Think about things where when you bring things up, if it doesn't create a connection, then it might as well be tearing down a bridge. So if your resume talks about things that you did, in combat because you were, let's say that you're somebody who's making a transition from one environment to now getting into cybersecurity. But before this, you were a squad leader with the Marine Corps in Afghanistan. You don't need to list that that you identified so many IEDs, on combat patrols, and you defused things, and you did this, and you took this many casualties, and blah blah blah. All that does, if you're talking to a hiring manager who has no idea what this is all about, you're just planting in seeds of doubt. Like, I have no idea what this person has done. So the risk mitigation part there might be to not tell some of the coolest stories you've ever done, and just focus on these are the things I've done when it comes to cybersecurity, information security, audits, pen testing, whatever it is that you're going to talk about. So next thing we're going to talk a little bit here about knowing your place in the market. When we come out, there's different types of markets. There's an employer-driven market and a company-driven market. So the employer-driven market, there's more talent than there is openings. So there's more people out there than there is. So if you're the recruiter trying to do this job, your biggest problem is sorting through all those people. You see a lot of this is the same way for some skill sets, but also you hear a lot of people who say, oh, cybersecurity, it's a big in-demand thing. If you get these one or two certs and you get this degree, then you're just going to they'll throw money at you. Well, It's not exactly that case, depending upon the level that you're at. The entry-level positions are a little bit more employer-driven. There's a lot of people going through a lot of these boot camps and coming out. So if a company's looking for an entry-level position, there's actually more talent than there is openings. So that they want to get things through the funnel. As a candidate here for these types of jobs, you really do need to do your research. You need to find out who's hiring, how they're hiring. Make sure your resume is great. We're going to talk about marinating in your industry and getting that professional network going. But you really need to think about those things, because they're not going to be just reaching out to you and throwing money at you. Now, in a candidate-driven market, there's more openings than talent. Now people are fighting over the talent that's there. So the hiring process is focused on finding that kind of talent. And so if you're in this piece, you want to know how to be found. Candidate-driven market in the cybersecurity InfoSec world, once you get around the mid-level range of those mid-level jobs, and certainly when you get all the way up to the high end, the CISO type positions, cybersecurity wasn't the cool thing 20 years ago, like it is now. So, or even honestly, even 10 years ago, although it was starting to get that way. So if a company's looking for the type of a person that's got 15 to 10 years of experience, there's less of those people. So they're out there, and if you are one of those types of people, and you put your resume out there onto a job board, like whether it's ClearedJobs.Net or anything else, if you've got those skills, those sourcers are looking for those people, and they're going to be like, they are going to come find you. They're going to be talking. They want to talk to you so bad. You're not going to have to apply for a job, because if you do the right thing, if you know how to be found by the right people, they're going to be reaching out to you. But don't let someone, just because it's that way for one person in the cybersecurity world who's got lots of experience, that doesn't mean it's going to be the same way if you're coming out as a entry-level person. Regardless of whether you are a entry-level person or a more mid-level or senior level, you still need to be building your professional network, because this is what's going to help you either get those jobs, or if you're in that candidate-driven market, it's going to help you get the right job. Because one of the problems with people coming out of the service is, we can be so nervous, like, oh my God, I'm going to get out, I'm going to lose my health care, I got a family, I got kids in school. You don't want to take the first job just because it's the first job. That's still a big jump. So if you can start to really build your professional network, that's going to help you find those opportunities. And if you're entry level or even senior level, it's going to help you learn about the industry too. Just because we've been doing these types of things in the Air Force or the Army doesn't mean that it's the same way on the outside. So you're going to learn about the industry, about the different job fields, about the different job titles. What they call something on the outside might not be what we call something on the inside, and you're going to learn a lot about companies. It's going to also help opportunities find you when you start work on this for your professional network. I say technical recruiters, if you're in one of those high-end pieces, they're hunters. They're not trappers. They're going out to look for people. Trappers are more like, I've got a job posting out there, let's see who applies. Hunters are the ones who are searching the job boards, and the really, really high-end hunters, like I said, they're the kinds of people who are saying, oh, I got my list on the attendee list for BSides Orlando or BSides Tampa or something like that. I'm going to be looking for those people and finding them on LinkedIn and trying to find out who I should be talking to. They're really getting into things. And some of the even better recruiters are what I call farmers. They're not recruiters, they're not hunters, they're not they're not hunters or trappers, they're farmers. These are the folks that might talk to you when you've still got 3 years left in the service, but they know that you've got the skills. They want to keep you in their loop. They want to put you in their network and their orbit and everything like that. These people are amazing folks to talk to. These are the ones you really want to find while you're in the service. But don't assume that all recruiters are going to be this way, because it takes a lot of work, and just honestly because not everybody's as good at their job as others. I mean, there's good and bad cybersecurity people. There's good and bad, ethical hackers. Not just the ethical part, but I'm just saying like the skill level. So there's going to be good and bad recruiters as well. If you find some of those good recruiters, they can be so helpful in your process if you find them early. But if you're not out there talking to those people, when you've got 3 years still left, you're not going to find them. And when you do things, don't just attend BSides Orlando, engage. If you're in a chat group, if you're in a LinkedIn group, don't just join, engage, ask questions. It's going to help to separate you from the pack, but it's also going to help you learn things. So all of this that we've talked about so far really gets into what I call marinating in the industry. This is the problem that so many folks in the service have, is we spend our lives, kind of, I don't want to say stuck, but we kind of spend our time in our own little bubble, and some people are lucky. Some people are, you're stationed at a place like, San Antonio, or you're stationed at a place like, Tampa, where there's big cities around you and you can get out and see things and do things. Other times you might be stationed at Fort Huachuca, Arizona, or you could be stationed, in 29 Palms, California, where you basically it's a military town. You get up, you go on base, you do your job, you come back home, talk to military people. When that happens, you're really stuck in that bubble. And then when you have to get out of the military, there's a huge culture shock, and it's things that you didn't even know you didn't know. So we want to find ways while we're still in to marinate in the industry. And I had mentioned a little bit about, building that professional network. Remember this is something that people tend to forget. When you make a connection and you want to talk to somebody, there's a big difference between saying, hi, my name's Bob. I get out of the Navy in 3 years and I want to learn more about your company or organization, and saying, hi, I'm Bob. I just got out of the Navy and I want to learn about your company or organization. If you say you just got out of the Navy or the Army or whatever, the first thing they're thinking of is like, oh my God, he wants a job. And then they start thinking, oh, I don't have a job. Nobody wants to let somebody down. So they're already getting defensive about not engaging you too much because they don't want to get your hopes up, But if you say, I've got 3 years left, they think to themselves, oh, he doesn't need a job right now. I can honestly just help this person learn. And people like to help people as a general rule. So if you engage them early, they're more likely to help you. And the way they're going to help you is you're going to learn so much about the industry, you're going to let it soak in. And that's going to pay dividends when you actually get out. But again, if you wait till you're about to get out, every time you ask for even if you're not trying to get a job, they're going to be afraid you are. So let's talk about how to marinate in the industry. So one of the cool things I really loved, I got a chance to catch a little bit of Pablo's talk earlier. And part of what he was talking about was expanding your knowledge, not just about InfoSec, but about business, because when you're talking about protecting information, you're not just talking about protecting information, it's information for the business. So you want to know things about people and about the business as well. And this is something that we don't know coming out of the military very much. We don't know about business. One of the best series that I found, and I found this years ago and it's still going on, podcasts can be great. That's a great way I found to really get out of my bubble. One of the ones I recommend is called Manager Tools and Career Tools. They're a series of 2 different podcasts put on by Manager Tools people. The podcasts are free, but they go over a lot of different things that just talk about the business world. I was listening to these guys for years before I realized that actually the 2 guys who started this, Mike and Mark, they actually were both Army officers. They'd gone to the U.S. Military Academy, and they'd done, 4-6 years or whatever. They weren't career folks. They got out. They've been in business since then, But when they talk about stuff, they talk about things in the language of business. And that was a shock to my ears when I first started listening to these things. I wasn't used to thinking about terms like direct reports and profit and loss and those types of things that can really help you to understand business. I pulled a list of some of the most recent ones that have just been posted recently. Like they had one about less than a week ago. What does it mean to be open to opportunities? Also, they've done a series recently on being interviewed by Zoom and other similar things. One of the ones, October 5th, that was the part 3, but they did a whole thing on creating organizational hiring criteria. And you think about it, if you don't know what kind of criteria businesses use to hire, how do you know how to fit that criteria? So using things like this can help you really understand that business part of the aspect, and the sooner you can do this, the better. So that's part of marinating. Now, there's other podcasts too that can help you marinate in your industry specifically. One of the great ones, there's one called CyberWire. I think it comes out of the Baltimore area, Fort Meade area type thing. This is not a businessy thing. This is just about cybersecurity. You know, so whether you're a brand new person just getting into cyber, or whether you are a mid to senior level, person about to get out of the service, if you can, by listening to these short podcasts, for example, or other things you can do, you can join organizations or whatever. But the point is, find out what's on the minds of people in your industry outside, outside of the military. There's some of these things are talking about, social media, Facebook or something like that. There's one of those podcasts that's mentioning, a lot of folks in the service, we're like, we don't even touch Facebook, so let alone, how are we going to deal with those things? When you think about what we do in the military, we don't mind making things super difficult on everybody, for the sake of security. It's real easy to say, you know what? Nobody can use that. Nobody can log on to this site. Nobody can have a thumb drive. Nobody can have this. Nobody can have that. And you just tell Marines and sailors and soldiers and airmen, just find a different way to do it. Well, when you get to the outside world, you've got to balance, efficiency and productivity along with security. So these are the types of people who are doing that. And so, when you learn what's going on the outside, that's going to help prepare you. And it's also going to help you keep up with what's going on. So if you do get to a place like when we get back to face-to-face type events, and you're at the BSides Orlando next year, or you go up to BSides, Tampa or something like that, you can have some of those conversations in the hallways with other people who aren't in the military, and you're jumping over the fence to learn about their world, instead of just making them try to learn about your world. When we look at this is a great little graphic, especially if you're new to cybersecurity. But when you start looking at all the different things and aspects that go into cybersecurity, and like I mentioned it, I was great to see Pablo mention it, you're protecting the data in some way, fashion, or shape of different things in the business, and if you stay in your bubble in the military, there's going to be lots of these pieces here of cybersecurity you may not even know about. So you've got to get out there, you've got to learn about it, you got to marinate in your industry so you can ask those questions. Other things that you can do to really get out of your bubble. LinkedIn. If you've been to TAP class, or what's it now, TGIP and all the different. The acronym seems like it changes, every 5 years, and we still call it TAP class anyway. You're going to learn about LinkedIn. So some basic questions. Should you list your transition date? Yes, you definitely should say, transitioning from the Air Force, June of 2021 or something like that. That's a big thing, because people who are looking for you, if you're too far out and they don't want to talk to you, that's fine. That's cool. Don't worry about it. But the people who see that are going to know when they want to talk to you. Should you list your clearance if you have a security clearance? This one's kind of tricky. The technical answer, should you list your security clearance on LinkedIn? No, that's the technical answer. If you ask a securities officer, they'll tell you no. Do a lot of people do it? Yes, absolutely. Even people will put full scope polygraph sometimes, Does it matter to employers? Sometimes it does. You don't know how. Some employers will look at that and be like, thank God he told me he's got a full scope poly. Some employers will look at it and say, I can't believe that this person's risking, their whole career by putting they have a full scope poly. So be judicious with how you use it. It's up to you. But the technical answer is no, but a lot of people do it. What else helps on LinkedIn? People search for things like I ran a search for just CISSP, and you can see some names of people who just happen to come up. So listing the certs is a great thing to put on your LinkedIn profile. Listing the tools that you've used and the ones that you can talk about. If you've got languages or programming experience, list those. Those are all the types of words. Just like when they search on the resume database of trying to find people through job boards or their own internal database, they're looking for keywords. When they look for keywords, they're looking for those things, the languages, the tools, and that kind of stuff. And certainly you can list your soft skills. You can list your, things, but list them in context. Don't lead with the fact that you are a, dynamic team leader, blah, 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 who happens to do cybersecurity. I'll tell you what they're not looking for. They're not looking for, when they run a search, they're not looking for, mission driven, mission oriented, those kind of words. But you can list your soft skills, and I think it's important, especially in an environment like cybersecurity, where, to be honest, there's a lot of technical people, but soft skills can separate you apart, to say that you've worked with large groups, and you've done complex problems in teams, in team environments and things like that. But still, that soft skills isn't going to get you the job if you don't have the technical skills. So list your technical stuff first, sprinkle in the soft skills, and just know that the soft skills part that you get out of the military, it's really going to come through in the interview. That's where that's going to shine. Now, some other things you can do in LinkedIn is joining some groups. These are a couple that I happen to belong to. The intelligence group is one, but there's this other one, Cybersecurity Forum Initiative. It's got 124,000 members. People are on there posting things. This is a great group to join, whether you're in still active duty or whether you're already out. The sooner the better, because you'll see what people are talking about in these forums. And again, don't just attend. Chime in there, ask some questions, comment on articles that are written. But you're also going to see the types of jobs that are getting posted. You're going to see the types of recruiters that are on there too, because they're using it to find people, so you can use it to be found. Those are some industry specific things. If you're looking for some great groups to join on LinkedIn, this is one of my favorites as well. It's called the Veteran Mentor Network. This one has been going around. It's been going on for so long that in 2012, I joined this group as a person still in the military. I found some connections on here that I'm still friends with today. They gave me some very great advice. What I like about this group is now I'm a mentor. Now I'm one of the guys giving advice. But I really appreciated about this group was they gave you no kidding advice. They didn't just tell you, oh, you're a veteran, they're going to hire you, or oh, you do cybersecurity, they'll throw money at you. They'll give you the real advice that you're looking for. They'll tell you what you can expect. Not in a mean way either, but it's very productive. Once you're in a group like any of these groups, if you've got something specific, you can use that search bar up at the top. Like I was in the Veteran Mentor Network group not long ago, searching for just PMP, which is a program project management professional type thing. But you can search, and then you can filter some of those other conversations in there to learn more about things. We have a group, ClearedJobs.Net. This is somewhere in between. It's not focused just on veterans, and it's not focused just on cyber. It's just focused on people that are the recruiters who are looking for people with security clearances. So this is a group that you're more than welcome to join too. If you do, take a look at who's in there. Take a look at you can see right there the first person, Glory Bull. She's a recruitment specialist at Matlock and Associates. You may not know anything about Matlock and Associates, but you're like, wow, let me check this out. You can really learn what kind of companies are out there. And again, if you've got some time and you see recruiters that are in there, it's a tremendous thing to go ahead and send them a LinkedIn request. And when you do, don't just hit the request button, but give them a little, one or two sentences about why. You say, hey, Glory, I saw your post in the ClearedJobs.Net group there. Even though I don't get out of the Army for 2 more years, looks like you do some of the similar stuff. I'd love to connect with you and keep and stay in touch. Those recruiters will accept those requests. That will grow your network, and you'll be able to see more and more things. So we've talked a lot about everything. We've talked about, how you got into the military, how you get out of the military, but just remember, most of the people here that are listening to this listening to this little presentation, you're probably pretty good at what you've done. I'm assuming that you're not getting kicked out, although who knows, somebody could be. But for the most part, you're pretty good at what you've done. But you have to remember that just because you were successful in the military, just because you've gone and made it all the way to Master Sergeant or Sergeant Major or Lieutenant Colonel or whatever, what got you here won't always get you there. What do you know? You know your job, whatever it is. Cutting edge technology. You know how to handle a budget. You have leadership skills. But there are some things that you don't know as well. And you have to be, look for that. It's called a gap analysis. Like, so what is it that I don't know? You know what your job is in the military, but what is your job called on the outside? That you work with cutting edge technology, But how much cutting edge technology is out there that you don't work with because, because we don't have those same systems in the military? You know maybe how to handle or work within a budget because they gave you X number of dollars, but you may not know how to deal with profit and loss. I mean, we've all remember those times where they come to you, in the September 1st and say, look, we got 30 days to spend all this money. Go out and buy a whole bunch of stuff before September 30th. That doesn't happen in the private sector. They don't tell you to run out and spend a lot of money just so you can get more money from the taxpayers next year. You have to be able to show profit and loss. Yeah, you've got great leadership skills, and you said, well, you give me the project and you give me 5 people and we'll get it done. But we don't deal with wage and hour laws. On the outside of the service, you can't just tell people we're going to work all weekend until we get it right. I don't care. Call your wife or your kids and tell them you're not coming home for dinner. And the other thing, it's even on the flip side. I know when I was in the service, I was a chief petty officer. I had 44 corpsmen that worked for me at certain times and stuff like that. If things were dead on a Friday, you said, hey, you know what? Come in for formation. We'll have PT. Everybody just go home. You could do that because they were working hard. It made them feel good. You were proud of yourself. But if you had to pay people by the hour and you told them all to go home, and now they said, well, now we're not getting paid, and you have to justify that, So there's things that we just don't know, even in our soft skills. So just remember, be a little humble. What got you here won't necessarily get you there. And these are all things that you can do when you're marinating in the industry to learn about. And I will say that the higher up that you go, if you're looking for some of those mid to senior level things, those things like profit and loss and wage and hour laws can be some things that are really, really big. And that can also be one of the reasons why you might end up getting offered jobs that you feel like are a step backwards. You might be like, well, look, I'm qualified for this level. They're offering me something down here. That may happen. And part of it's because they want to get you used to these other things. And then once you can kind of prove that you understand things, you'll probably shoot right up the ladder. But if you wonder why you're starting out below what your technical level says you should, it could be these business related pieces. So what can you do for these things? I've had some really good people that I've talked to that have taken advantage of different things. They've American Corporate Partners, is one that I know I used. That VCTP, that's a pretty cool place because that can help you get certifications. They will pay for your certification test at least one time. Those things, fellowship programs, whether it's SkillBridge or whatever. The more you can do anything like this, again, this is another way to learn more about your industries on the outside, maybe get some certifications, but check these out. And a lot of these pieces here, they really are the kind of thing that it's up to the service member. They do exist. We've all been to those commands that say, well, sure, yes, you can technically do that, but they're not going to help you. You've got to make the mission, do all this other kind of stuff, but check into these things. And if you can make these things work, they can be really, really, force multipliers as far as your transition goes. So we're kind of rolling down into our last few minutes here, and then I'll be happy to take questions. But the final thoughts, look, getting into the military was relatively easy, and actually getting out is really pretty easy, no matter how much it might suck to turn in your SIF gear or something like that, but landing where you want is so much harder because there's so many things that you can't control. You essentially have to quit your job months before you actually can look for another job. So that's going to be tough. You want to marinate in the industry to determine all those things you don't know. And, I throw this in there, be cautious, but don't be afraid of social media platforms. There's a lot of things out there. We talked a little bit about LinkedIn. If you're in the service and you're not on Twitter, I know people will going to tell you, jump on Twitter. It's not, a lot of people will tell you that, Twitter is not a great tool for connecting with folks for, business purposes, but those people aren't in information security. I mean, really, it's just one of those things where it's kind of it's its own little niche that, Twitter is more useful for cybersecurity folks than it is for, like I said, for CPAs or for linguists or something like that. So think about those. Think about how you can, and what you do is you just basically follow along BSides Orlando, see who else is following BSides Orlando. It's a great way to expand your expand your net of companies to follow and things to learn about. So all that being said, that is the end of the presentation of the formal thing. I'm happy to take any questions that might be out there or see what we should do.
Thank you so much, Bob. Sorry,
Yeah.
the next speaker was trying to come on. So thank you so much for continuing to serve our country by making sure that all of our veterans have the information that they need. So why don't you jump on over to the Career Village lobby and we can go from there and answer questions.
I will be there.
Okay, and next up at 2 p.m. Eastern Time, we will have a panel of recruiters who will sort of answer, well, they will definitely answer your questions. And we also have some zingers that they're going to be sharing with everyone as we get ready for 3 o'clock when we are doing our resume review and career coaching. So we'll see
these are the good recruiters, right, Kathleen?
Yes,
these
they
are the
are.
ones who give up their Saturday to meet with people. So you got the cream of the crop.
Great. So we will see everyone back here at 2 p.m. Eastern Time for our recruiter panel. Take care. welcome back. And welcome back to the Career Village. My name is Kathleen Smith, and I'm Yes, It's Kathleen on Twitter. I am so honored and pleased to be helping out with BSides Orlando, helping out with many of the career villages at many of the BSides conferences and other conferences in our community. So what's interesting, many of our speakers today have talked about networking with recruiters. But I know many people in the community, when they talk about getting together or networking with recruiters, they're like, ugh, I don't want to do that. They spam me, they're awful, they don't understand my world. Well, I hate to tell you, but there are a large number of really great recruiters in our community. And I've asked a few of them to join me today on this panel where we're just going to peel back the veneer on several of these questions. So please welcome Rachel Bozeman from Lumen. We have Lamont Price from Tenable and Drake Jamal from Novetta. So I'm going to have each one of you guys introduce your title, what you're hiring for, and what drink you're going to have after this panel. So ladies first, Rachel.
Wonderful. Yes, I'm Rachel Bozeman. So excited to be here today. I do sit in Louisiana, and I get the distinct honor of helping manage our talent acquisition program for Lumen. In terms of what we're hiring for, you name it, we need a little bit of everything. We've just recently gone through a transformation where we're really focused on our part in the fourth industrial revolution. So we are hiring everything and need all sorts of talent all across the globe. And what drink am I not going to have? Maybe the better question. I am super excited celebrating a birthday with a friend. And so I'm probably going to have the Madame Laveau, which just is code for lots of liquor.
Wonderful. Lamont, my dear friend that I've known for what, 15 years?
Long time now, yeah.
We go back, way back.
Yeah.
So Lamont, when you and I started working together, you were with a government contractor, and now you're over in the commercial world.
Mm-hmm.
So tell us a little bit about your title and what you're hiring for, and if you're going to have an alcohol beverage later.
Okay, so well, I am currently I'm moved into a new opportunity. I'm currently the senior diversity and inclusion recruiter here over at Tenable. I've been recruiting now for 22 years and started off primarily in the intelligence community, moving over to the commercial sector, recruiting similar to Rachel, just about everything from sales engineers to commercial territory managers to software engineers to site reliability engineers and everything in between right now. So we are currently still in a very hyper growth stage within Tenable. We've grown probably on average 40% year over year since 2012. So we're doing very well right now. And hopefully I can provide everyone some good information on how to woo recruiters.
And your beverage?
Kavita. Yeah, I haven't had a drink in about 20 years. So.
Oh, wonderful. Congratulations. Congratulations.
Kavita, yeah.
And then we have Drake Jamal, who is filling in from Kirsten Renner. Kirsten is usually with us on our recruiter panels, and we're all going to shout out to Kirsten. We hope you feel better. Drake, we're so happy that you could join us. So Drake, tell us what you do over at Nevada, what you're hiring for, and if you're drinking, what you will be drinking later.
Hey guys, so I am talent acquisition at Novetta, and we're hiring for me in particular. I'm looking for a lot of data scientists, a lot of embedded developers, software engineers, systems engineers, systems architect, things like that. And my main focus is really for the Fort Meade customer. So it is a lot of the cleared work, but we do have opportunities both cleared and uncleared. Specializing in AWS, Microsoft Azure, things like that. Even some software developers and software engineer roles, some uncleared, but my main priority is just finding a lot of cleared individuals that's willing to come over to Fort Meade. And for drink tonight, so I'll have a sidecar. I like that.
Oh,
so
good. That's a good one.
And just celebrate.
And my name is Kathleen Smith again. Yes, it's Kathleen on Twitter. My day job is Chief Outreach Officer for ClearedJobs.Net and CypressECJobs.com. I'm also a community volunteer supporting about 12 different B-Sides throughout the country, including being on the staff for B-Sides Las Vegas. So my day job and my job after work hours both keep me busy, but also keep me very happy. And I will be having a very nice Pinot Noir later on in my backyard with a bonfire and some friends. So I'm really looking forward to it. So our first question I always ask is, what is a typical day like? Because when you see memes about recruiters, you see them with their feet up on the desk, they're maybe putting back a beer, they're playing Sudoku or solitaire or something like that, and they're not really working that hard. When I know actually recruiters work very hard. So Drake, let's kick it off with you. What's a typical day like for you?
So for me, starting off, it's lots of coffee. That's my main thing, right? So you have to have coffee. Without that, that's my go-to. Then from there, just a lot of sourcing and screening candidates, things like that. But again, having to understand these requisitions is one of the main things that someone as a recruiter should be well versed with. Understand the positions. So it's a lot of sourcing, screening, calling. I try to cold call or call the candidates that I feel that's qualified for the positions. So that's normally a typical day for me. And then after that, so I set a block of maybe resume review time, then email time, and then calling time. And then from there, I'll go back and just, go backwards, right? So I'll call again. And I try to just not be a bug, but kind of be a bug, if that makes sense.
I know what that means. People think that we're not responsive to calls, but when we're trying to talk to between 20 and 30 people a day and respond to them, it's juggling several forms of communication. So Rachel, your day, you're more in management, but you're still mentoring and driving strategy. Tell us a little bit about your day.
Absolutely. So what I would add to and I'm sure this is part of Drake's day as well, but it's a lot of relationship building with our hiring managers, a lot of back and forth, because sometimes hiring managers think they know what they want, but we really know what they want. They come up with a list that's like this, and we're like, well, let's get it here and find out what you really want. So it's a lot of conversations with those hiring managers, really trying to understand what they want. And then exactly what Drake said, it's a lot of outreach. It's a lot of social media. And we're not on Facebook just having fun. We're really out there trying to make those connections and build those networks to encourage folks and help them understand exactly what we're looking for in the different roles that we have open. So it is a lot of communication all day long. So when you get home at the end of the day, or I guess we're home, but when you're done for the end of the day, you don't want to talk to anybody.
How about you, Lamont? What's your day like? I know that we were on a panel, gosh, in August was that? And you were talking about you walk 7-8 miles a day.
Yeah.
I only do 3 or 4, but what is the rest of your day like there at Tenable?
Well, pretty much I start out the day off is just reviewing my calendar to see what I have planned out for the day. And then very much like Rachel, building the relationships with the managers, very much they have the long laundry list of requirements that only could be fulfilled by someone at Hogwarts or X-Men Academy. So going back over, yes, this is what you desire, but let's break this down to actually what you need. And that's a lot. That's a lot of the time is spending time with the managers. My days are typically, I try to make sure everything is tight so that someone can't come and throw something on my calendar. So it typically starts off with about 4 or 5 calls after that with different candidates pre-screening, and then I'll have a lot of time for sourcing, and then later allotment time for administration. And that pretty much takes a majority of the day.
So a lot of questions have been coming through over the last 8 months about the pandemic, about COVID. And we kicked this off, or I kicked off several of webinars way back in March and April, because No one knew what the new world was going to be all about. So, Lamont, why don't you kick it off for us on how has recruiting and job search changed in your mind, and how you operate day to day? And what are some of the tools that job seekers were not adept at, but now really have to master as they are looking for a job during COVID?
The main tool is Zoom. That's the tool it's like a new lifeline of this business. We do 90%, 95% of all of our interviews now are via Zoom. The change actually for me, because most of the people that I recruit are remote, there hasn't been a big change in the dynamics of how I'm recruiting, because those individuals are typically remote, East, on the West Coast or overseas. So that hasn't been a big change. But I think right now the main thing is I've been coaching some people on Zoom calls what you should potentially wear, maybe even the background. I recently had someone on a Zoom call and they had a bunch of pills in the background. Like, this probably not something you want to have during an interview, just my personal opinion, but it's up to you. So those are just a couple things that I've seen change. Like I said, Zoom is probably the 500-pound gorilla right now with regards to software that's being used right now that has really helped out considerably during this pandemic.
So, Drake, how about you? And how about virtual events? I mean, we have all of these conferences, but most of the career fairs are all gone online. And, some people love them, some people hate them. What about virtual events, and what are the other tools you see people using during COVID?
For the virtual events, it actually works. It's better for me, just because I deal with so many people that's in a skiff all day. And then with COVID, my end for some recruiters is different, but for me, it's to my advantage, because these candidates that I normally could not get in touch with during the day, with the For Me customer, it was a black and gold team, so they're home. So I've just been telling people, check your email, and I try to send I'll send them emails I'll send emails and I'm like, hey, I'll try to reach them early in the morning. So it's been playing in my favor a little bit on my end, and that's just me. For some of the other recruiters, I'm not 100% sure, but for me, I would say it's working out pretty good. And even with the virtual events, it's working pretty good. They tend to like the interaction, to see someone versus just over the phone all the time.
And Rachel, what about you? And then we have a question from the audience that I'm going to put up on the screen. But Rachel, what are sort of the tools you're seeing people using, and what are people really needing to step up their game in?
Absolutely. Microsoft Teams is one that we're using quite a bit as well. And that's one where I feel like some people are just not taking it quite as serious. So kind of what Lamont was saying, it's just like, hey, selfie time. And it's like, no. We really want to have a conversation with you and get to learn about you. So it's taking it seriously, even though we're not face-to-face, pretending. So I tell people to go in your room, set it up in such a way that you feel professional, dress the part, do all of those things that you would normally do in an interview, and take it seriously. Practice. Just don't be so nonchalant about it. We want to get to know the best you, and this is a great way to do it. So, and please practice before you get on. So, be familiar, make sure you have the apps downloaded. I will be honest, I have Zoom and I cannot change my name from my son's name. So I am not smart enough, even though we help support the Zoom background. Every time I log in, it says Roman. So I can't figure it out. So I try to give people a break as well, but practice before you come into the interview.
So one of the questions is, how stringent is formality in online interviews? And what we're specifically referring to is dress, appearance. So I think you want to continue with that, Rachel?
Sure. So, we have a business casual environment anyway. You'll see our CEO rocking a polo most days, but dress for the professional and the appearance you want to give. So I don't recommend coming in a suit if that's not going to be your best. If your best is feeling great in a polo shirt and jeans, that's fine. I mean, I'll be honest, I'm rocking yoga pants right now. But it's just, you be your best. Make sure you brush your hair, look the part, just feel comfortable in what you're in. Don't put on something that isn't the genuine you. So be professional and take it seriously.
How about Drake? I mean, I know, when we're talking about interviewing engineers and such, or interviewing scientists, it might seem like it's a different environment. But what are you expecting as far as online interviews, and how formal or informal you want people to be in online interviews?
It's the same as what Rachel was saying. I just tell them, hey, you can put a shirt on. You don't have to have the tie, but at least have a shirt with some buttons and not a t-shirt for your interview. And then don't get up with some basketball shorts on. So it's just a tip that I try to tell them. And like Lamont said, then clear your background, things like that. But I think we're all on the same page on this one.
So one thing I would also say is make sure that in your household, there is a close mandatory from 9 to 5, because I can't tell you how many times I've been on an interview with somebody and a roommate or a spouse may walk through the back of the interview and they are butt naked. So just be sure that everyone in the household knows that you may or may not be doing a professional meeting, that you might be doing an interview, and that you don't want to have someone doing a flash in the moon in the background. So Lamont, let's go over to just the overall job search process and the interviews and such, because what I find fascinating is that even though we've changed into a completely virtual environment, the basic steps of finding a job really haven't changed. It is applying, it's interviewing, it's following up. So what are one or two areas where you see a job seeker completely mess up their overall job search process?
One of the things I continually see over and over again is not doing enough research on the company that you're interviewing with, and just not having questions. Those are probably the two that I'm always giving feedback on, literally on a daily basis. Just not doing the research on the company. I'll ask the person, tell me what you know about our organization, and they'll say nothing. And then I'll take them through and provide them with information. But still, just having some general information about the company that you're interviewing with or that you're potentially going after is very, very important. And then just having a set of questions, some basic questions for yourself that you'd like to know about that organization. Those are just two very simple, very important things to have before going into a job search and going into a job interview. Just very simple.
Rachel, what do you see people mess up?
I would say kind of twofold. It's the application process is where I see a lot of boo-boos. First, it's not putting your best resume forward. It's using the one that you meant to apply to a different position. And it includes your objective has another company's name or a different title than what you've applied for. And then also at our company, we have a lot of assessments and a lot of video interviewing as part of the process, and folks either not completing it or not taking it seriously. I've watched people, walk their dogs as they're completing a video interview, and it doesn't show the seriousness of or the interest that you even have in the role. So it's, again, I know it's painful process, and I know that you may be applying to a lot of different positions, but companies have gone to painstaking lengths and spent lots of dollars on using that technology so that we can help find the best talent for those roles. So take it seriously, and with your resume, take that very seriously. We're going to spend some time looking at it. Make it easy for us.
So Drake, specifically, let's talk about data scientists, the more technical people. What areas of their interaction, their job search, do you sort of see from the outside going like, I really wish they wouldn't have done that. They're a great candidate, but they really flubbed up this part?
Well, on my end, it's a lot of the candidates have a lot of technical abilities, but they're not putting that on their resume. So I recommend, if you have a Git page, let's add that to your resume, because a lot of times I can go and verify your code, just check on your code to see if you know a little bit about Hadoop or things like that. So I tell them all the time, let's get your code, let's get some of your Git information out there. Let us review that. And after the hiring managers look at your resume, they go to your page and check it out. So then they request an interview. But sometimes they just They just won't do it. And 9 times out of 10, if you're a data scientist or a software developer, you have a Get page. So I just see them mess that up all the time. And just like Lamont said too, then the other thing is they just don't ask enough questions. They just expect us, and we're going to walk you through what Novetta is about and what we offer. But it would be nice in the beginning stages to have some information to show us that you did do some research on the company.
Yeah, I'll share one of my boo-boos that I did. So eons ago, I was in healthcare and I was interviewing for a job, and I was interviewing for a company that had a very similar name to a very large insurance company. And so I thought I knew what the company was that I was going in for the interview. And I asked my first question, and it totally showed that I did not do my research. And the guy just said, "We're done." And I was so embarrassed. I just got up, and I was like, "I'm done?" He goes, "Yeah, you're out, leave now." It's like, wow, okay. So I hope no one is as harsh as that, but please do your research about the company. Please do your research about the position, but also, realize this is your chance to interview and find out if this is going to be a good fit for you. So Lamont, I'm going to throw a zinger here. What is one of the biggest interview faux pas that you've seen, now that I've just shared one of my faux pas that I've done in my past?
Biggest interview faux pas. I think it's just going back once again to not being prepared for the interview, not knowing the company. I've had several times now, even over the last couple of weeks, of people forgetting, well, what company is this? I understand that if you're, especially like with Drake, fully cleared software engineer, probably have tons of people that are trying to reach them, but put the effort in to say, okay, I have a call with Tenable at 10 o'clock and it's this company, they're vulnerability management company. Just have the respect, because like you said, it's a two-way interview. You're interviewing the company to see if this is the right fit, and they're interviewing you to see if you're the right fit. So put the time in. You could potentially pass up the greatest opportunity ever because you didn't put the time and effort in to learn a little bit about that organization. So once again, kind of the same thing.
Rachel, interview faux pas.
I always say that the recruiters are the safe place. So ask the questions about time off, salary, those questions that the hiring managers, they want to know about your skill. They want to know about your talents and how it will fit into their team. Spend your time talking about their culture, but nothing comes worse than when we get feedback that's like, all they want to know is how soon they get time off. How big is their paycheck going to be? And it's like, talk to the safe place. Come over to the recruiters. We're very nice. We'll be glad to answer those questions and have those conversations with you, because there's a lot of conversation that needs to be had there. But the interview is not the time for those questions. You want to ask about culture. What are expectations, goals, metrics, all of those things. Use your time wisely.
Drake, what about you? What interview faux pas?
So just as a candidate, never be afraid to say you're not familiar with the technology or you don't understand the question. That's the biggest thing. So if you're interviewing for a software engineer, remember, we could have 12 roles. So just because you're not a SME does not mean that we cannot train you up. So I tell people, if you don't know it, just let them know I don't know it. Do not try to overtalk them with, stuff that's not making sense. Just say, hey, I'm not familiar with that technology or that, and can I get back to you? A lot of the managers, what I'm noticing, they respect that more. They just do not want you to come and get on the phone with them and just try to throw some verbiage at them that just is not making sense. So I would say, just say you don't know it. Let's see if we can find a different position. If you apply to a senior level position, you may have to go to a junior level, but it's not a problem. But just say, hey, I'm not familiar. That's the biggest one for me so far.
I know that a lot of times there's going to be that phone screen or that initial tech screen. Be sure that if you've said you know how to use a specific software or you know how to do a specific skill set, but you haven't touched it in 2 or 3 years, one, should it really be on your resume? But two, if you're going to be talking about it in your interview, don't say, oh yeah, I know the answer to that. And you hear in the background as you're Googling what the answer is. That's not good. Or have you had that happen, Drake or Lamont?
Oh yeah, I've had it happen.
Absolutely. Yeah, you hear, like I said, you hear the.
So what do you
on the
think when
keyboard.
somebody does that?
I
Lamont
just think that,
or Drake? What do
well,
you guys think when
I
you
think
hear
that
the clackety
yeah, I
clack in
just
the
think
background?
that it just shows a lack of you're not that comfortable with me or the managers at that point. Because if you're Googling the answers and then believe it or not, funny story, I had a candidate do it and he came back with all wrong answers. So,
That's not a good one. Definitely not a good one. So let's dive in a little bit more on resumes. So Lamont, let's sort of talk about what are one or two just mistakes. We'll go into good practices later, but let's talk about some mistakes that you see people do on their resume.
So the biggest mistake, and this is something I preach over and over again, I actually write resumes on the side, is not customizing the resume to the job. That is the biggest mistake. If you do not customize the resume to the job, you're hoping. You're just hoping that you're going to. Yeah, I didn't want to say that. Yeah, you're just throwing against the wall and see if it sticks. By not customizing it, you're just one of 100. Let's say it's a help desk position. You could probably have 100 different resumes that have applied to that job. But if yours is customized to the job, specifically, what I do is on the left, I put 2 columns, left side, your requirements, right side, my qualifications, boom, line them up one for one. It's not pretty. And if you're a graphics designer, you might want to pretty your resume, but that right there, you don't have to do it that way. Just, you can still customize it to the job. But that's the biggest mistake that I see 99%, 0.9% of the time. Something I'm very passionate about.
So Drake, other than customized resume, what are some of the other problems that you see?
for me, it's the candidates, they keep forgetting to put it. So you have a pre-pub number that the customer they give to you once your resume is cleared for me to view. And I'm talking to candidates that have resumes out there with a lot of tools and some proprietary information as well. And I'm like, I can't touch this. You don't have your pre-pub number on there. So I go back and I'm like, hey, don't forget, add your pre-pub number, because it just helps the process, because later on we can go right there to verify everything that you on your resume. So that's just one of the big ones from on my end.
Rachel?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of what the gentlemen have shared, those were the important pieces, and make it easy for us. Again, a lot of times we're reviewing many, many resumes. So put what we need to see first. Don't bury that all the way down the bottom, because if we don't see what we need to see up front, we're probably not going to see that. And I also don't want to see a job description of your current role. I want to know what you did specifically in that role. And oftentimes you'll see that they have Googled what that position is, and they have just copied and pasted those different bullets in there. And that's not helpful. I don't know what you've been able to accomplish. I know what that role requires, but I want to get to know you. So this is your first introduction. Make it count.
So I'm going to bring up a topic as far as resumes that I've seen in so many resume review channels that I have done on Discord. There are templates out there, and people are using templates to make their resumes pretty. Even if it's a technical resume, they're trying to make it look attractive. So I want each one of you to touch on what an ATS does to a resume and what happens when you have a grid, when you have italics, when you have all of that in there. I'm seeing Lamont maybe thinking about taking his first drink in 20 years. Tell me, Lamont, what it is about those grids that are in resumes.
Well, with our ATS, they'll have these great, pretty, aesthetic, beautiful Picasso resumes, and that ATS will just parse that to an all text ASCII. It's just a bunch. It's gotten to the point where I use automated software because I'm a techie nerd, and I have a pre-automated message. I just type in like 3 symbols, and it pre-pops and sends them an email that, hey, can you resend me your resume? It was parsed incorrectly. Can you just make it without all the fancy grids and everything? So yeah, great if the company if they have an ATS, but majority of ATSs now, they're going to rip it and it's going to turn into just a bunch of text gobbledygook. Yeah, it just doesn't work.
Drake, do you see those texts of those grids in the middle of the resume?
Yes, same thing. The tracking system, we can't read it. So it's a real mess. Yeah.
Preach. What about you, Rachel? Do you see these?
Amen and a hallelujah. Please stop it right now. It gobbledygook, I think, is the best definition for it.
Mhm.
And if you are using a template, please, in the header and footer, take out the things that say this is a template, insert your address here. Please.
That's not showing that you're detail oriented. The other thing that I see on resumes that just drives me nuts, someone puts their skills in. They put in business skills, they put in tech skills, they put in everything. I'm sorry, Python and that you're a clear business thinker on the same line is not, the same thing. What do you see, Lamont, when you see someone put in this big paragraph of all of these skills and they're all over the place? What should people be doing?
Well, if they do that, typically I think, okay, they don't know all these. And if I ask, I'm pretty sure they're going to say, oh, no, I've looked at Python in a book. I know what the word is. Being embellishing a little bit. But yeah, I think Rachel or Drake maybe said this earlier. Only put the skills down that you actually have experience in. Don't put down skills that I did a project and I wrote the word Python on my resume or something like in a book. Don't do that, because if I don't ask the questions, the manager will, and it's just going to make them seem as if you're embellishing, lying, or you don't really know what you're doing. So just something I don't recommend. So
I'm going to clarify for somebody in the audience when we're talking about grids. So there is a sort of similar to, you see, like a Microsoft Word table or an Excel spreadsheet. Many of the templates out there will have you insert that box into your resume, and then you fill in, that I know I have a Security Plus, I know Python, and a few other skills. And it's one, everything that's in that grid is not the same thing. And 2, because it's a grid, it will get ripped out by the ATS. So Drake, we've got a question in the audience. 1 page max. Let's talk about lengths of resumes. So Drake, kick it off.
Yes. Yes. Give us the skills that you have. Give us maybe 1 or 2 sentences about what you're going towards. We definitely love certifications and things like that. Education, but yes, please. I mean, looking at thousands and thousands of resumes, it gets hard when we're looking at your resume from it's 2020 and you may have something down from 84. So let's merge it and get it together, so we can just breeze through it really quick, or take our time and dive into it and match it against the requisitions. But yes, please, we do not need 4 or 5 pages anymore. No longer.
So Rachel, can you delve a little bit deeper into this? So let's talk about someone who has 20 years experience, how long their resume should be versus someone who has 5 to 8 years experience. And then we'll talk about students later, but let's use those 2 examples.
Absolutely. So 20 years of experience is fantastic. To exactly Drake's point, that we want to know what's relevant to what we're looking for. And we appreciate that you are bringing a whole host of experience from those 20 years, but we just need to know what's going to fit into our role. So within those 20 years, I'm not going to look back probably more than 7 to 8 years from a background perspective. So I'm not going to verify anything before that. So I'm not going to really look too much into it. But bullets are super helpful. Just tell us what you've done that's related to what I need for my role. Not that the other things weren't wonderful and great and may fit into another role, but I'm very selfish. I'm trying to fill that role for my hiring manager, and I want the skills that are related to that role. So make it easy on yourself. Know what we're looking for, and that's when we're reviewing the resume. That's exactly what we're looking for. So don't just put everything you've ever done. And again, we don't want to know what that job required. We want to know what you did specifically and what those things were that were related. So you can take, I've seen people that have incredible careers, and they're still able to get it to one page. Tell us what's relevant, help us help you, and just show us what we need. So we're very selfish in that way.
Lamont, I'm going to let you kick off with, so I'm a student. What kind of resume do I submit?
Okay. So I differ a little. This is going to go back a little bit into the previous question about the one pager. So as a student and you have no experience, what I would recommend is putting down things that are relevant to that particular position. This goes back into the pre-work of, one, know what you want to do, know what type of company you want to work for. So you do the research and maybe have a set of 4 or 5 companies that you might want to work for. Look at the positions, customize your resume to the job. So once again, I'll use a perfect example. My son, we had him apply when he was 16 or 17 to a program. His resume at that age was 2 pages because we put down things that were relevant to that position. Things that he had done. He had programmed some little device, and he had done some built his own computer. So we broke all of that down and put it on the resume to make sure that it was relevant to that job, because we knew exactly what they were looking for. And his resume at when I was 16 was like 2 pages long. So personally, I don't mind a resume that's 2 or 3 pages long. That's fine. Now, when you start to get to 4 or 5, if you've had a long career, you still probably get it down to 2 or 3. But if you do the work ahead of time, as a student, you can put down relevant experience that you've done. Hopefully you've had something, or if not, go do it. Go do a project on your own. Do something. Just don't come in fresh with nothing. Find a project on, I don't know, Reddit or whatever, and do it. So that's my answer. I can talk a lot.
So I'm going to divert here and sort of build upon what Lamont said. And Drake, if a student doesn't have any work experience, what are some of the other things that they can be doing and putting on their resume that applies to experience?
Again, it goes back to your Git page, right? So GitHub is a great tool that we can go to verify that that we can see some of your code. So if you don't have the experience, if you add your page there, don't add your Instagram, add your Git. So, and then try to be a little bit unique with your resume format as well. I tell the students coming out of when we do the job fairs at UMD. So I've seen it where you can scan your resume. You can build that on top of your resume. So you can walk by and I can scan it in really quick, get all your information in my phone in like, matter of seconds. So just be creative with your resume, add your Git page, do something fun with your formats and things like that. But and then on top of that, make sure you put on there what you would like to gain from the employment, from this next opportunity. I think that's a plus too.
So Lamont, what about like CTFs or building home labs or volunteering, giving back to the community? Should students be putting that on their resume, and should people who are working in the community put that on their resume?
Absolutely. It's important. The events that you do, the capture the flags, volunteerism work that you do, it shows that you're like our company. We are a very community focused company. We want to see people who are involved and not just wanted to do one single thing as far as reprogramming. I mean, that's great. There's nothing wrong with that, but we prefer someone who's has a volunteerism type of personality. So yeah, those things are very important. I think that putting similar to what Drake said, if you have a Git account or Bitbucket or whatever, put that information on your resume, because you never know. I had someone who had a horrible resume, and as I was talking to them during the interview, I found like, wow, this person's really good. So I worked with that person offline to get their resume, and now they're probably going to get. I'm 99% sure they're going to get hired. So all the information that they didn't put on the resume, I was like, why didn't you put this in your resume? Unfortunately, they had been given wrong information by college counselor or something, that they had certain myths. So yeah, put that information on there, because it is very important.
So Rachel, we had Bob Wheeler speaking earlier this afternoon about transitioning from military to civilian life. What are some of the sort of key things that you see military folks putting on their resume that they shouldn't, and how can they make their resume better?
So make it so it's in civilian speak. Sometimes it comes out and it's so technical or it's so specific that most hiring managers and recruiters aren't going to understand it. There are free resources. I know we have it on our applicant site. There is a translator where you can go in there and what is that skill? How does that translate into the civilian world? And it's not taking anything away. It's making that bridge so that there's a clear understanding of how those skills can transfer into civilian world. So just stop, take pride, because I mean, I'm so proud of the work that you've done. So thank you for that. But it's really just making sure that the end user of what you're putting out there is going to understand all of the skills and talents that you have. So use those resources, use those skills translators, put those things on there and be proud of it, but just make sure we understand what you're saying.
So now it's time in our last 10, 15 minutes. Let's talk about some of the ugly parts of recruiting and what we see. No, we're not going to share all the things we did at DEF CON, Rachel. But Drake, what is the worst excuse you've ever received for missing an interview?
So I had a candidate tell me that his car just would not start up for him or something, and it was a phone interview. And I'm like, well, right now it's on the phone. You could have pulled over. You could have got out the car. He's like, oh, my car, I couldn't get to a safe spot to talk. And I understand sometimes they come off customer site and they try to get to their cars and the service is bad. Yes, I understand that. But when you tell me you was trying to get to a Dunkin' Donuts, it wasn't good for the guy. We waited like 30, 40 minutes for him to get on the call. And then we finally got on the call. I think it ended in like 5 or 10 minutes. Find out he wasn't qualified really for it. So that was pretty bad. And that's just one. It's a lot.
Lamont, what's the worst excuse you ever received?
It's not serious, nothing really, really bad, but I get this about maybe every couple of months. I'll have someone say, "Oh, I didn't receive the email that you sent for the interview." Well, I'm a tech nerd. I have a piece of software that I use. You don't have to hit red receipt, but I can see every single time you open the email on my end, and it lists. So I said, "Oh, well, I have the list here. It says you opened it at this time, this time, this time, this time. You didn't get it." Crickets, typically. So that's the one I get every so often. Someone saying that they didn't get the email for the interview. So, yeah.
Rachel, how about you?
Probably one of the more interesting ones, and sometimes it just amazes me the things that come out of people's mouth. But we were actually looking to rehire someone to a role, and they called that morning and let us know that their mother had passed away. And of course, nobody should ever, please take your time. That's far more important, only to find out when she had previously worked there, her mother had passed away as well. And so we're like, really? And so, don't bring that bad juju in your life. Just, be honest. Just say, hey, I'm not my best today. I can't make it there. Just be honest with us, and we'll have far more respect than these convoluted, crazy stories that are out there.
Yeah, I think when we were talking at DEF CON, someone actually said they had died, only to have the person turn around and apply for another job. So, do realize when you're interviewing for a tech job that people do have technical abilities on the other side. So do realize that people will be able to check up on you. So, what's the worst email address you've ever seen? Rachel?
I mean, I recruit in the South, so we just have some crazy ones out there. Just they're all so bad, but a lot of hot mamas, big daddies, at gmail.com. They're free, friends. Absolutely 100% free. Just go out there and first name dot last name 1 2 3 4. Those are great, but we appreciate that.
Hot
Yeah,
sugar
just
mama? Not
yeah. I
needing.
mean, not a qualification of the role. So
How about you, Drake? What's the worst email address you ever saw?
Same thing, like Rachel said, just a lot of I mean, and I understand you love your sports team, and I understand. So you see that a lot too. You can just change it. You can have that as your personal, maybe get, like you said, do first and last, and just to be more professional, in my opinion. That's just, but same thing.
Lamont, do you have any doozies?
It's pretty much the same as Rachel. The common themes I see is the hot, sexy, pimp. Those are the ones I see. I mean, not a lot, but yeah. And I'll tell the people, say, hey, you probably want to change your email address to something that's more appropriate. This could have a negative appearance as it comes across to someone. It did me. So just my little 2 cents.
So we have a question from the audience. Does buying a name, so having your own domain, does that have an impact, Lamont?
No, not at all. I have my own domain, lamont@lamontprice.com. Nope.
So Rachel, weirdest LinkedIn connection request you got?
I'm happily married, don't want to date,
Yep.
or just can be here, just it's not a dating site. It's really, we're here to make connections for business.
Business.
So keep it business, just do what you're there to do.
Drake, any weird LinkedIn requests?
Yes. So we're not allowed to, the customer support, if I would accept some of these requests, I would have to tell security about it, where it's coming from, things like that. I see it all the time. They're trying to get information from my page about the company. It's really weird. And some of the locations, let's say, that's on our list, we're not able to touch. It's just, and I know people understand we're in that space, but they still try to reach out. So it gets really weird.
Lamont?
I've been getting this more often lately, and it's from other recruiters, and I'll get, hey, I have a great opportunity for a Hadoop developer or for a site reliability. Because I have these words in my resume, they haven't taken the time. I don't know, maybe they're using some type of tool, and they're sending me emails for positions that I'm obviously not a Hadoop developer or Oracle developers. And I'll reply back, I'm a recruiter, just like you. Please read the job description. You're giving us a bad name. So
Yes.
that's all.
Yes, that's it.
Yeah.
Yes, and what's sad is, as you just said, Lamont, a lot of people don't read the LinkedIn profile and see what we do. I can't tell you how many times people will cut and paste this big, long, they'll cut and paste their entire resume into a connection request or into a message. And then they'll say, here, find me a job, without even doing the research to find out what I do, what my role is in this whole thing. And, half the time, it's just, I then unconnect with them. I remove the connection because it's another form of spamming. So if you're going to connect with people on LinkedIn to help your job search, be very strategic about it, very focused. You don't need to connect with 20 people, maybe just connect with 5. Well, we're in our last few minutes, so we're going to do a round robin, and each of you give just sort of like one pro tip. What is going to make that candidate stand out the next time you talk to them? So who wants to go first?
I'll go first, and once again, I'm going to parrot a little bit about what I've talked about earlier, because as part of my resume writing program and what I do that has been very effective is customizing the resume really towards the position. I can't, if I had to pick one thing on a weighted scale of one thing you can do, that would probably be the most, and maybe have 70-80% of the effect. Customize the resume to the job, and you're going to get a far better results with regards to if the recruiter is able to see it, than just throwing it against the wall, seeing if it sticks. So once again, I know I've said that before, but that's the biggest one I can say over and over and over again. It's just customizing makes you have a LinkedIn profile. There's still a lot of people, especially students, that don't have a LinkedIn profile. So,
Rachel?
I would say mine is probably after the interview. It's having a little bit of grace and patience after you interview, and not becoming stalker material, wanting to know, hey, where we at? Ask that question in the interview. Hey, what can I expect in time, a time frame of follow-up, if I'm selected or not selected. And then again, kind of use that recruiter to reach out and understand where we're at. I'm not saying contact us every day to find out where you're at in the process, but have a healthy understanding of, we're trying to do the best and make sure we get communication, but don't over communicate or want to seek to understand where you're at in the process. We will let you know, I promise.
Mm-hmm. And Drake?
Yeah. So I would piggyback what both of you guys said. Customize. Don't ping us 30 times right after I do the phone screen. Then on top of that, for me, since I am in a cleared space, if you have a clearance, just put it up there. Doesn't matter if you're poly or secret level. If you're coming out of the military, you have a clearance. Just say my transition date is a certain date, and say you have a clearance. That helps people like myself to know, hey, this person is already at a certain level of eligibility involved with getting a higher level clearance or poly or whatever. But just put it out there. It helps out big time.
Wonderful. Well, I'm just going to add mine in here, which is before the resume, before the application, find out what you want to do. Don't just start applying to jobs and hoping something will stick. Be sure you know what you're passionate about, what you're driven to do, and what you really want to do for the next 5 years or less. I can't tell you how many times people throw up their resume in a chat with me, and then I read through it, and I can tell you by the way you've written your resume, you don't like what you're doing. It comes through loud and clear. If you know how to read, most recruiters will read a resume and they'll be able to tell if you don't like what you're doing and that you don't want to continue doing it because you're just not passionate about it, you don't care. So before you even get to the resume portion, figure out what you want to do, be happy about it. If you don't know what that is, go be a barista for a while or something, but just find out what you want to be. My thanks to Drake, Lamont, and Rachel for taking time on your Saturday afternoon to share your bits of wisdom. Thank you, everyone, for being part of the Career Village here at BSides Orlando. We are all now going to jump over into Discord. If you have some questions for our panelists, they'll be there for a few more minutes. And then we'll also start taking requests for career coaching and resume review. So have a great day, everyone. Bye.